the town's wealthiest merchant. It seemed to be meditative. That was a problem. While I slowly shuffled over to the potion rack, my movements intentionally appearing aged and pain-filled, I considered what it would take to finally finish this commission. With a healing potion in my hands, I returned to the strapped-down teenager who was breathing deeply in and out. His eyes had gone glassy and far-seeing, a bad sign. The boy had done this each time. He had moved beyond the pain. He wasn't letting pain tolerance help him struggle past the pain. He was using focused thought instead. Twitching again with the pain of regrowing skin, the teenager's vision refocused on the ugly mask that covered my face. His eyes tried to drill through the blackened glass and into mine beneath. I had long gotten used to the glares of my clients, the death threats, and the gnashing of teeth through gags. Yet it never stopped being a worry. Which one of my clients would be unable to deal with the humiliation and pain I brought them? Yes, they signed up for it, or like in the case of this young man, their parents did, but since when did reasonability matter? Which would refuse to accept that I had full access to their status even if my reputation for never abusing that privilege was unmatched. Shaking away my straying thoughts, I turned my mind back to the boy. I had to focus on my trainer, skill to fully utilize it to its maximum. It was a poor teacher who ignored a student. Pulling a long, thin needle from my rack of torture devices, I held it up in front of the young man's eyes. You seem to be trying to ignore the pain by retreating into your mind. I admire your skill at avoiding pain, but that is not why we are here. You are to learn the full depths of pain and work through it. You must not block out the world around you, I said in my odd, rasping voice and measured accent. The words just slightly off from how a native Valdirian would speak. Tapping the needle on the boy's nose as his eyes crossed to keep the point in focus, I continued. No, you are to be staying here in this world, not to be thinking of the world in your head. The pain must be conquered, not ignored, I said before I pulled on the lever, which rotated the table into an upright position. Now I will be driving this needle into your body. I will be doing so at an irregular rate. You will be not ignoring, or I will be using acid. Yes, good, I said, hamming up the accent a bit more at the end to really drive it home in the young man's mind. Stepping behind his body, I applied the heatstone to the tip of the needle, then selected a spot through the mesh of steel and padding of the table. It cost me an inordinate amount to create a metal-meshed padded table able to hold a strong person comfortably while giving me access to their back. Being able to focus on my clients where they could not see me, and from an unexpected direction, was worth its weight in gold. Darting forward, I drove the very tip of the red-hot needle into the flesh above the young man's buttocks to the sounds of gasped screams. Even in the most athletic of men, this region usually had a small collection of fat, which was perfect to lance and burn. Anatomy has advanced to 37. Backstab has advanced to 33. I tried to avoid smiling at my skill increases. The boy wouldn't see it given my location behind him and my costume and mask. But one thing you learn in this business was that anyone could have an odd skill and not to take things for granted. I was hoping that focusing on maintaining my calm even while getting a skill up would give me a point in acting, but I had no such luck. One of the benefits of the job was being able to work on many unique skills that others may not be able to practice. Backstab was an ordinary enough skill for a back alley cutpurse with a taste for murder. It was almost unheard of for someone with a legal profession. By the third needle jab, I was happy to see in his status that young Taldenson's pain tolerance was rising. It was at 5 and climbing, but my joy was short-lived when I noticed his resource was growing as well. The boy had been coddled by his father and spent too many afternoons at alehouses. He had picked up brawling and fisticuffs from his penchant for drinking and fighting. They were useful enough skills, but it was this behavior that allowed him to pick up Berserker's Rage. Berserker's Rage, at the first tier, would blacklist him from any higher military post. If the kingdom went to war, his father would be unable to purchase an officer posting for him. The senior Taldenson did not believe in leaving things to chance. That was why his fortune in shipping continued to grow. It was also why his son was strapped to my table. When his rage resource filled, he began to rage. His muscles swelled from the active effect. As he began to grow, I triggered the unique device I ordered for this commission. Without warning, a magical discharge of electricity crackled through the table and briefly jolted the young man into unconsciousness. Dripping the health potion into the long, thin tubes of the needles and into my unconscious captive's body returned him to the world of the living. Not even bothering to hold in my smile this time, I watched as the rage resource drained quickly as he struggled through the groggy fog. That was the problem with the Berserker's Rage skill. The user became fixated on their target and cut a swath through everything to maim and kill their opponent. They only come out of the rage when their target was dead, or the user lost consciousness. Usually killing their target was the only thing that stopped the rampage. The exception, though, was right in the description of the active effect. Berserker's Rage Tier 1, 15. Anger can be a source of power. Common in the lands of the far north, Berserker's Rage converts health loss and negative emotions into rage. When the rage becomes overwhelming, the Berserker will fixate on the target of their anger, doing anything to kill their foe. Passive effect. Unlocks the rage resource. Percent emotional stability, automatically triggered when rage resource is full. Active trigger effect. Automatically cleared when target is dead. Automatically cleared when user is in an altered mental state. Synergistic with effects of intoxication. Plus 25% strength. Plus 80% mental resilience, plus 80% resistance to stun, plus 10% resistance to blood loss, plus 10% resistance to broken bones, minus 35% intelligence, after effect. Mild pain and disorientation for at least 2x duration of active trigger effect, percent strength, percent mental resilience. Minus 20% resistance to stun, which just went to show you that even when a skill had lots of positives, the negatives could outweigh them. This wasn't the first Berserker's Rage user I had trained, but this was the first time I was teaching someone without the second tier or an evolution of the skill. The real money for this job came not from training the boy to increase the level of Berserker's Rage. It was in helping him convert it into its second tier, where he would have control over it. To do that, the boy had to be awake and aware and increasing his rage. His low pain tolerance had been a surprise and a complication. The young man had lied to both his father and me when the contract was signed. His father would be forced to pay a bonus due to the extra efforts and resources spent. Still, forcing the boy to raise his pain tolerance would pay dividends for him in the future. I was surprised the boy had such a low pain tolerance, given that he had unlocked some of the hidden blood loss and broken bone features of the Berserker's Rage skill. Those only came from using the skill when bleeding and suffering a broken bone. He hadn't unlocked the enhanced stamina bonus. The fact he had never been accused of murder explained the lack, though. He would get angry at some bar, go into a rage, and then he would be knocked unconscious, probably by the guards that his father had trooping after the spoiled boy. With the second tier of the skill, he would be able to resist the automatic triggering effect. But that meant filling the rage meter repeatedly and then resisting the skill's effect. His low pain tolerance had been a surprising difficulty since his focused thought had kept him from gaining rage. It took almost 4 hours more than originally scheduled for the job. Eventually, though, young Robert's skill was raised into the second tier. Berserker's Rage Tier 2, 15. Anger can be a source of power. Common in the lands of the far north, Berserker's Rage converts health loss and negative emotions into rage. Focus and control are the hallmark of the northern warriors. Through practice and discipline, the rage can be channeled and focused into an even greater effect. Passive effect. Unlocks the rage resource. Can be triggered when rage resource is full. Active trigger effect. Automatically cleared when target is dead. Automatically cleared when user is in an altered mental state. Synergistic with effects of intoxication. Plus 35% strength. Plus 80% mental resilience. Plus 80% resistance to stun. Plus 10% resistance to blood loss. Plus 10% resistance to broken bones. Percent intelligence. After effect. Mild pain and disorientation for at least the duration of the active trigger effect. Minus 5% strength. Percent mental resilience. Percent resistance to stun. The improvements to the effect were minor overall. Still, it was so prized because of the ability to control the active trigger effect instead of being at its mercy. The third tier of the skill was even better, but the merchant hadn't paid for that training. I hoped for some kind of rare evolution of the skill instead of it merely raising in a tier, but it had been a slim hope I would gain that bonus pay. Congratulations are to be awarded to you, boy. You finally gained the tier of the second. Finally, our hard day is to be finished, and I can be going home. My apprentice will wait for me to be away, then he will be unlocking you, I said as I returned the sweat-soaked and blood-streaked young man to a supine position with a pull of the table lever. Slowly moving in an exaggerated shuffle, I stepped from my workroom and into the back of the shop. The moment the door was closed, I yanked off the mask and threw it into the open chest designed to restrict the smell of its contents. A clasp at the front of my outfit released it, and it too joined the mask. Pulling my wild and unruly hair back, I ignored the sweat that dripped from my face and reached for the enchanted drying stone. With a small touch of magic, the stone ripped the moisture from the surface of my body. The skin on my head began to itch from the dried sweat and the crystals of hardened salt left behind. That stone was generally used for expensive leatherworking to accelerate the drying process of magical leathers. It had never been intended to remove sweat, and the resultant itching was why it would never be widespread, though it did allow for the quick ruse. Pulling off the high-heeled boots and the thick padding used to expand my waistline, I dropped them into the chest to be cleaned later. I glanced into the expensive full-length mirror to be sure everything was in line with a young apprentice. I nodded before I hunched my shoulders and opened the door back to the workroom. "Young master, I'm SUSU, supposed to wait and then..." N opened the cuffs. "My master says that your father will have the bill for his work and the penalties sent around with me by the ENEN end of the day," I said with an exaggerated stutter as I kept my eyes down and fingers twiddling with the edge of my shabby shirt. Shuffling closer, I unlocked his cuffs and then stepped away from his reach. I was worried that the boy would try and release his frustrations on me. The reminder that his father would have to pay the penalty because of his lying tempered his actions. He looked around the room, and I could see the gears whirling in his mind. He was considering if he wanted to trash my workroom before he left. The reminder that he could suffer more than a financial penalty probably was the deciding factor. With full access to his status, a requirement of the job, I, or at least my supposed master, could do any number of horrible things to the boy to stunt him for life. I could magically force a name change, something that would haunt him on every magical contract until he could get it changed again. Even waste one of the few free skill points he had on some random skill he had no interest in but had gained purely by chance. Northern Freer Goblin language came to mind. That I was nearly curled up in fear and wearing ragged clothing, an obviously ignored and uncared for apprentice left behind to face his wrath, said that my master had left me just for this very reason. Venting his frustrations on me would be unsatisfying compared to seeking out and killing my master directly. Cursing me lightly, the broad-shouldered blonde youth staggered to the door and out into the well-sound-proofed outer waiting room. The boy's guards formed up around him and helped him stagger from my shop. I knew the day would be a long one when the group marched into the appointment instead of following my explicit directions to arrive with a carriage. But then that was what happens when you work for the rich and the famous. You had to bend to their whims. Chapter 2. Every performance comes with a flaw. There is always that moment where the mask slips, the actor's own face peeks through, and the illusion is broken. For my current performance, the flaw was obvious. There was only one of me playing two parts, and my master never left the shop while also never missing an appointment. Even a casual observation would convince someone that something was fishy. My hope was that a watcher would assume that my master had some hidden escape route. Of course, I didn't trust to luck. I actually used this flaw as yet another mask in my act. After cleaning my equipment, I bundled up the paperwork, with the amended bonus stipulation for the lies from my client's son, and slipped them into my waist pouch. With my ragged clothes, few would guess the bag at my side was worth hundreds of gold. To the common man, they were known as a merchant's carry-all, but this one was not so expensive or grand. The small bag had been enchanted to protect against moisture more than for the expansion of its inside volume. Rechecking myself in the mirror, I made sure everything was as it should be. Slightly dirty and outdated clothing, hair desperately flattened and kept confined using a touch of oil but still with flyaway strands and ragged-appearing strap shoes. In actuality, the shoes were comfortable and well-heeled, only the outer surface was scuffed and worn. The oiled hair was a new touch. I had added it after I noticed that no matter how ragged the shopkeepers and apprentices appeared below the waist, their appearance above it was cared for. No master wanted their apprentice to cost them a sale when standing behind the counter due to their shoddy appearance. Nodding to myself, I hunched my shoulders and then locked the doors and then left. The blue glow of the magical locks engaging said that the shop was now protected until the next day. The magical locks were mostly an affectation to match the rest of the shops on the street. The real security came from the monthly stipend for protection that secured the shop from robbery. Shuffling my feet along the road, I kept to the sides away from the carriages and wagons. It was only a few streets before I turned and moved along the new path towards the main city road. I stopped in front of a bakery and stared through the large glass window at the young woman handling the front. The glass window, on the right-hand side, with the sun shining down, made a decent mirror to check for anyone following behind. I also took a moment to enjoy the sight of the young lady and her charms. She wasn't to my personal tastes. I liked a bit more conversation with my curves. She was still a delightful treat to go along with the smell of baked bread. Playing my self-assigned part, I ducked my head and shuffled up to the counter to get my usual small loaf of bread. This time I splurged and purchased a wedge of cheese to go along with the meal. Partly it was the smile on Sally's face, and partly it was because of the discounted cost. Most likely, it would go off if left any longer. I guessed that the baker had gotten it cheap while getting his dairy shipment. Shyly, I gave Sally a smile and then ducked my eyes down again and hurried from the bakery. The lack of acting increase annoyed me, but I would eventually get it. Seeing that no one appeared to be following me or even interested in one downtrodden apprentice, I continued on my way towards the docks. I was not a fan of this area of town. If you were going to be robbed, this was the most likely place. This was where the client's office resided, so this was where I went. To my surprise, Taldenson was overjoyed with his son's skill increase and didn't care much about the penalty payment. He promised to send the gold around to the shop the next morning via a carrier, and then he shooed me out of his office. While I bowed and backed away, I made a mental note to pass on this man's name to the rest of the Skilled Trainers Guild. He seemed like one of the few that would be a pleasure to continue working with, though maybe not his son. On the other hand, I had been stabbing needles into him for hours on end, and that could make anyone testy. Looping back around, I returned to the trade district, backtracking to pass the shop and turned down through the back alley. The trade district housed most of the skilled trade goods of the city, the exception, of course, being the leatherworkers. The tanners' vats were relegated to the edge of the poor district. Most of the wooden houses in the trade district buted up against the back of shops and storefronts. The tiny alleys were kept clear by the local gang as part of their protection pay. Kicking the clinging dirt from my shoes, I made sure to create enough of a ruckus to ensure the other occupant of the house was awake. "You'll be making less noise, or I'll tell your master. Out all hours you are, see that I woe," came the loud, accented voice of the bottom floor tenant. I owned the house, but stayed only on the top floor. The bottom floor was left to the crotchety Mr. Carton. I was still not sure how my father had found Mr. Carton, but a better mask couldn't be found. He was old, hunched, mean, and with a distinct accent. The man was so obviously my master that most would stop once they found him. How many would assume that the old man knew nothing about the skilled trainers and that the apprentice was the real master? None was my hope. If old man Carton disappeared one day, I knew that it was time for me to slip away as well. Nodding while keeping my eyes low, I passed through the front door and up the stairs. I wanted Carton to know when I came and went, since he couldn't help but scream and yell in his accent for all the neighbors to hear, as well as any theoretical stalkers. Once I was in the attic room, I checked the thin, nearly invisible line of silk that I hung from the ceiling. As I guessed, the door had been opened and it hadn't been rehung as I left it. The old man had been in my room again. Trap making has advanced to 22. Excellent, that had been a slow-going skill. It would have been nice if the skill increase happened the moment the annoying old man opened the door. That way I could know when he did it. But that was just one of many of the weird things about the status. The hiding place of a loose plank had been disturbed, and at least 2 copper crowns had been removed from the bag. I disliked losing coin to the drunk, but I was using him to sniff out danger, so it seemed like a small enough cost. Besides, I only stored my shaved and undersized coins there anyway. Setting the wedge into the door to lock it tight, I turned to the bed in the corner and unscrewed a metal rod from the bottom of the post. The rod inside the bed leg was then slipped into a knothole on a bare wall of the attic. After traveling an inch, the rod pressed on a mechanism that opened a part of the wall, which revealed the ladder downward. After returning the rod to its housing, I cracked the window slightly while making sure to keep the shutters closed, and then stepped onto the ladder. Closing the secret door, I descended through the inner wall of the house, being careful to not make any noise as I passed through the ground floor. It wouldn't do for Carton to complain about rats in the walls. I wouldn't put it past him to refuse to pay rent for a month because of rats. I wouldn't enjoy the hassle of dealing with getting him to pay up. Once I was in the hidden basement, I began my nightly checks. The clay pot in the corner housing my experiment with brewing was still sealed tightly. I had heard rumors of a way to increase the alcohol yield with multiple resting passes, but I considered it unlikely. Still, It only took up a small corner, and it had given me a chance to practice my pottery, so it had been worth it. I hadn't gained a point from the pot, but it had been a nice change of pace. The table in the center of the room was clean. In contrast, the floor still had wood shavings lying about. Stuffed into a lopsided barrel next to the pot was a collection of wooden staves, the heads rounded and ready to be turned into walking canes. Mounted in a crude, handmade carpenter's shaving horse was a partially worked branch. Stacked next to the seat within easy reach were at least 30 more unworked branches ready to be shaved. Trying to ignore the work I had yet to finish, I swept the floor and piled the shaving into a barrel to be used in the small furnace in the corner. Connected to the chimney above, the tiny stove was used to keep the basement warm during the winter. The furnace would eventually have to be removed and replaced with another when I planned to work on blacksmithing in the future. I would have to evict Old Man Carton before then. A drunk he might be, but even he wouldn't miss the sound of hammering coming from beneath the floor. I figure that sometime next summer, I would have enough to purchase another house, and I could then ensure he would move there. An offer of discounted residence near an alehouse would probably work. After checking the few long, steep recipes I had sitting in my alchemy equipment, I turned to the hated shave horse. I had put off working on my carpentry as long as possible. I knew I needed to keep working on it, but I just detested the repetitive work. Still, it was required to improve, so I would. Sitting on the bench's back, I grabbed the draw knife and slowly ran it along the branch. With well-practiced strokes, I removed long lines of bark while careful to maintain even straight cuts. Focusing on my draw, I kept the knife running along and removing bark while refusing to allow it to dip into the softer wood beneath. Turning the branch, I continued to strip the bark away as I rounded and smoothed the surface. Once the top half of the staff was done, I flipped it in the shaving horse, wedged the wooden clamp closed, and began working on the other side. An hour of work later, I grinned from ear to ear as my hard work finally showed progress. Woodworking has advanced to 37. Checking the skill listing, I couldn't help but chortle at the expanded active effect. Woodworking Tier 1, 37. Woodworking is the art of cutting, carving, shaping, and fitting wood. From furniture to housing to tools, woodworking is a vital skill for manufacturing. There are few crafting skills with more wide-ranging effects and related professions. Passive effect. Minor, read the grain, understand the effects of moisture on wood and the way tension forms within wood products. Lesser, wood identification. Quickly identify the species of wood that a product has been made from if you have worked with that species for more than 100 hours. Minor, steady cut. When wielding a knife, the hand remains steady even under pressure. Active trigger effect. Plus 15% improved accuracy with knives. Synergistic with other known bladed skills. Small blades, long blades, backstab, focused cut. Beyond the increase of steady cut from lesser to minor, I had also gained 1% more in my accuracy with knives. I wasn't a fan of weapon skills. I didn't like to fight or kill things. I was more of a creator than my father. But his training had included plenty of weapon skills, and they, along with resistance skills, were my best seller. Having a few more synergistic combinations could only help my business. Chapter 3. With my face inches from the bottom of the flask of slowly swirling liquids, I waited for the perfect moment. The timing was everything in this reaction. Every second late from the crucial moment would be a reduction in the efficacy of the potion, too early, and the result would become explosive. During this critical time came the sound of someone entering the shop from behind me. All I could do was raise one hand and wave, indicating for a moment with my hand, hoping that the person would not take offense from my actions. I could hear the slow, labored steps of a hefty person approaching while I stared. For a moment, I was distracted wondering if there might be a skill that would help to identify a person purely by their sound, perhaps a modification of track, maybe within an evolution or offshoot of sneaking. In my musings, I missed the initial moment of change. However, the sudden glow still allowed me to drop in the dried myrtwood bark in a reasonable period. The potion would be less effective, not up to the shop's usual standards, but I could sell it as one of my failures and reinforce the apprentice facade. When I turned, I was presented with the patiently waiting and smiling face of the master clerk of the High Chancellor. My prepared demeanor, hunched shoulders, downcast eyes, hesitation, and furrowed brow shifted into a far more natural stance. Not having to use my typical stuttering accent was nice, but having to switch into a southern Gloucester accent was just as frustrating. The master clerk was proud that he had seen past the mask of the apprentice alchemist and found the apprentice skilled trainer beneath. Which was exactly as I intended when I let things slip to him in City Hall. That pride allowed me to manipulate him. One thing Mother had made clear was that once someone finds the trick, they stopped looking. If they already expected a swindle, show them an easy one, and they will practically hand you their gold. There was a reason that I had learned many of my social skills from Mother and not Father. Mother was more likely to sweet-talk you and slip a knife in when least expected. Father was far more direct, both socially and otherwise. Both could perform in half a dozen different professions at the level of at least a low apprentice or wield many a weapon. But Mother could talk a silk merchant into handing over priceless silk lace to someone they didn't know within a day of meeting them. I knew she could because she had demonstrated it once. "Joseph, my boy, how are you this evening?" Master Clerk Bridlewood asked. I had to stifle a chuckle since that was the same question he always asked, like clockwork. Master of Deception Bridlewood was not, but then he didn't have to be. Master Clerk Bridlewood was trained as a scholar with master skills in reading, memorization, writing, accounting, and a host of other related skills. With a glance, the man could memorize documents, notice any changes of wording or modifications, and repeat them verbatim. Honestly, the man had earned his place. He was also as corrupt as the river that flowed through the slums while being that rarest of an animal, a politician that stayed bought. "Good, and a good morning to you, Master Clerk Bridlewood. Should I fill your usual digestives order?" I asked. Smiling with the air of a gentle grandfather, he leaned on his cane and nodded. "Yes, yes, my poor stomach, thank you." Ducking below the counter, I grabbed the prepared wooden box and placed the small bag of silver coins within. Running my finger along the rows of labeled products, I plucked out the digestives, the aphrodisiacs, and the pouch of Mother's Bane tea leaves. The master clerk may have been an old man, but he also had 3 young wives and no want of a new heir. Aphrodisiacs and Mother's Bane tea leaves were seen as less than wholesome goods here in the city. They were legal, unlike in some kingdoms, though under a hefty tax, and would act as a lodestone for rumors. Hence why those 2 bags were unlabeled and in a plain wooden box. When I presented the rough box, Bridlewood opened it and quickly glanced within. If my mother had seen me make that kind of motion, she would have boxed my ears. Unless, of course, it was part of an act to suggest my participation in illegal activity or an intentional sign of guilt. The master clerk was not a master actor. He was no actor at all. Which was one of the reasons I had selected him as my go-between for the nobility. "Please let your master know that I have a possible commission for him from the Baron," Bridlewood said. Then he tapped his finger against the side of his nose in an attempt at a subtle gesture. This was the downside of working with someone so obviously lacking in guile. Bowing slightly at the waist, I returned his friendly smile, letting the old man think he had subtly communicated his meaning. After a few other pleasantries, mostly the master clerk demonstrating he had the ear of the nobility through him providing choice rumors, he limped his way out of the store. For a few seconds, I stood behind the counter and considered my next actions. Should I keep the alchemy shop open and wait until closing, or should I seek out my usual sources of information before then? While I considered, I did my usual rounds of bottling the prepared potion and cleaning of the glassware. None of these supplies were worth much, but it would be unprofessional to leave the medicines to waste. My current ruse was that I was an apprentice saddled onto a retired elderly master alchemist. As a retired master, he was not required to teach an apprentice and would be expected to avoid it if at all possible. This left me to play the part of the bumbling, ignorant, and most importantly disgruntled and disheartened alchemy apprentice. This allowed me to leave the shop at whatever hours I liked. It would be seen as an apprentice failing a forgetful master, or I could work long hours and pretend to be a try-hard apprentice struggling to learn all he could. Most important of all, it meant the shop could house anything or nothing, and no one would notice either way. We could take on extravagant commissions or lay fallow for years. In practice, we made only a minor amount of coin, barely enough to pay for the shop and my housing. It also acted as cover to protect us from others if they discover we were skilled trainers. My master, honestly, was a registered master in the Alchemy Guild, though I still had no clue how Mother set that up. My guess included blackmail and bribery. Technically, my profession was perfectly legal. In practice, every trade guild, mercenary company, theater company, unofficial thieves guild, assassins guild, official or otherwise, mage and healer in the kingdom hated us. We practiced their trades and stole their secrets, then used them to make us better teachers. It was a direct slap to the face to anyone and everyone who made their living either fighting or creating something. Just about the only groups that didn't dislike us were the priests and the pleasure houses. Funnily enough, I had never been paid to teach love-making or preaching. There was some subtle statement about our culture in that, but I wouldn't care to guess what it was. The worst, though, was the Mages Guild. Trying to steal from the mages had ended with many a melted trainer. At the moment, we were in an unofficial and uneasy truce. While we couldn't blast flames from our fingertips, more than one poison expert and assassin got their start as a trainer. We currently pretended we didn't exist, and they played along. If a mage went hunting for one of us, they disappeared. If one of us was outed, they would disappear. While cleaning the last flask, I decided to let things lie and try to gather information tomorrow. What the Baron wanted wasn't immediately obvious. He had no son or daughter, he was practiced with all the skills of statecraft, and he had served in the king's army in his youth. I doubted the noble wanted something simple like swordsmanship or some paltry cooking skill. My guess was training in one of the less savory or more dangerous skills. Poison resistance, tenacity, or maybe torture. I tried not to judge and simply provide a service, but sometimes I found it distasteful. While I had skill listings and guides on how to earn certain skills, as well as many of the most frequently seen evolutions, I had no interest in learning some of them myself. Most of my skills revolved around resistances, production, and basic weapons. Part of my reason for avoiding gathering information might be that I wanted to ignore the coming unpleasantness. At that thought, I sighed while rubbing the bridge of my nose and then put away the rest of the cleaned glassware. One of the ways the skilled trainers have managed to be so successful over the years is through the practice of meta skills, skills that help you improve skills. Trainer or the better teacher were the most obvious, but self-awareness was one of the most important in a day-to-day setting. While the skill didn't increase at my musing, it was definitely tugging at my mind. Self-awareness, Tier 1, 12. Self-awareness gives one insight into their own mind, how thoughts flow, and where the river of consciousness runs rough and where it becomes tranquil. Passive effect. Lesser, inner stability, slight resistance to effects that would alter your perceptions and actions. Active trigger effect. Lesser, improved perceptual effects. Lesser, improved mental effects, synergistic with other known mental skills. Memorization, reading, teacher of skills. Lesser, inner stability was tricky. It worked on spells like charm or hallucinogenic poisons, but it also worked on things like fear and annoyance. When my father had first suggested training in it, I had been hesitant. I once doubted that it would have that strong of an effect. It was one of the hardest mental skills to raise due to the active effect being so hard to even notice at the lowest levels without active usage of mind-altering compounds. Mother set me straight. The lies we tell ourselves are the hardest to detect. Annoyed, I tapped my hidden pockets to make sure I had my concealed knife and the rest of my gear. I doubted I would have an occasion to use it, but it would be unfortunate to need it and not have it. Throwing my alchemy pouch over my shoulder, as much as a sign of my position as it was a disguise, I finally stuffed a large knife into my boot. The large knife was visible, and so should hopefully draw attention if I was accosted. I hadn't been yet, but who knew what could happen? Locking up the shop, I proceeded through the crafters district and into the back alleys and into the warehouse district and the wharf. When I reached my favorite tavern, I bent over slightly and slunk through the door. The calls of "Hey, Doc!" were louder than I expected. Usually, the rusted lance only had a few of the Baron's men relaxing and enjoying a pint. To my quickly hidden confusion, the tavern had more than double the number as usual. That alone would have let anyone paying attention know that something odd was going on. Waving a single finger to the barkeep, I shuffled my way over to one of the gestured seats and gingerly sat myself down. "You all right there, Doc? You're moving like someone took a bit too much of lovin' to your backside," Sergeant Baker said with a gapped-toothed grin and the chuckles of his friends. "More R.R.ite than you know," I began with my customary stutter. My master, the old BB bastard, heard some kind of rumor about the BB. Baron and got all out of sorts over it, yelling and screaming. Which wouldn't make no NN never mind to me none, except one of my PP potions came out wrong, and he took a switch to me over it, I said to the ugly looks of the men. "Sorry to hear that, boy. Any news of when your training being over and being out from under him?" the sergeant asked. I shook my head and then rummaged through my bag when the ale was finally delivered. Slipping out a small bit of brownish powder, in reality just some crystallized beet juice, and poured it into my brew. Swishing my finger through the foam to stir it, I took a hearty swig and then let out a sigh of relief. "At least the BB bastard never counts the stock," I said while winking to the man-at-arms. "Hey now, boy, don't be talking like that. I appreciate what you done for the boys and all, but if we hear about wrongdoing, we have to do something about it, hear?" The sergeant said in as stern a voice as he could muster, though I could tell he didn't mean it. Ducking my head, I nodded. In truth, I was too old to play the young, brash kid eager to help, but my failed apprenticeship pushed me down the social ladder a bit. Combine that with the sergeant being more than 30 years my senior, and surrounded by men still older than me, and the lines blurred a bit on where I really belonged socially. It didn't hurt that I had become a bit of an unofficial mascot after providing a dose or two to clear up a case of a few things the gentlemen had picked up from the ladies of the wharf. Chugging more of my stale ale, I leaned back with a vacant smile, letting the men think I was being affected by my medicine. I doubted I would hear anything of the Baron's plans, but this was the closest my information gathering reached into the higher nobility. though you never knew when a smile would be enough to hear something vital from drinking men. Well, a smile, and maybe a bit of salve for comfort boils. Chapter 4. My every effort to find out what the Baron wanted was a failure. This wasn't much of a surprise. I had intentionally avoided the royals and high nobles. It had been unlikely they would want my services, and I wasn't eager to work with them. While I was desperately fumbling about trying to find out more information, the Baron repeatedly sent the master clerk of the High Chancellor, trying to get me to meet with him. After 2 weeks, my attempts to avoid the Baron's requests had reached a breaking point. Master Clerk Bridlewood slowly entered my alchemy shop. His movements had been strained as of late. It had been upsetting to see him walking back and forth from the noble and business district. The older man was just not in shape for that amount of exercise. Bridlewood trundled along with his cane and had earned his silver for all the back-and-forth walking. His countenance this time said that his walking was done. With a heavy air, he gently placed a wooden scroll case, capped with 2 steel ends, on my counter. "This is it, my boy. I don't think he will take no for an answer here. He gave me that and said to deliver your response," Bridlewood said while he leaned heavily on his cane. In truth, I had expected the master clerk to break down and hand over my information to the Baron within the first few days. I had hired him with the expectation of him being an intermediary. I had expected only clients between that of a low noble to an up-and-coming merchant. His importance in the business of the city offered him some protection from the political maneuvers from that level of conflict. I never expected him to hold out against the Baron. That he had resisted at all was oddly endearing and slightly concerning. If I didn't understand his motivations, I couldn't manipulate his actions. Putting aside Master Bridlewood's seemingly endless resistance to manipulation, I picked up the scroll case and unscrewed the cap. Thumping the side, I spilled free the contents. To my surprise, the scroll case contained a silk roll mounted on 2 wooden end stops. This was the kind of thing that royal decrees would be written on and then presented to the royal court. Unrolling it, I stared in utter confusion at what I had. It was a magical oath contract, signed by both Baron Verstrom and someone named Snow in Blood. It outlined an agreement to protect the identity and business of Joshua Still. This was a combination of my worst fears and a relief all at the same time. Both signers would seal the contract, and the spell would enforce it. This was where my relief came from. The contract was all but magically complete. It covered through a bunch of clauses, keeping my business secret, who I was secret, protecting and refusing to offer me harm, and a host of other provisions. It was a promise that I was safe to visit the Baron and hear out his job offer. On the other hand, it listed my real name, Joshua Still, which was not the name the master clerk knew, nor the name which most in town knew, and not the name of my fake master. It wasn't even the name that I had subtly passed on to the master clerk in case he dug deeper into my master. No, it was with my real, magical contract enforceable name, the one I was born with. If I signed the contract with a dab of my blood, it would protect me through the agreement. But I would also have to visit the Baron and hear him out to fulfill my part of the contract. Until I signed the deal, we found ourselves in an odd kind of limbo. Unsigned, the Baron and Snow in Blood were unconstrained by any magic. But once I signed it, they would be compelled to protect my interests, right up until it was clear that I wasn't trying to fulfill my part of the contract. No one would risk the potential backlash of violating the agreement before it was signed. The horror stories of these magical contracts and usurping them was well known. While I stood and stared fixedly at the contract, Bridlewood watched me silently. Eventually, he coughed and leaned forward onto his cane, drawing me out of my internal debate. Rubbing his hand across his face, looking older than I had seen him before, the master clerk said, "So, son, what will it be? I don't know what's in that scroll case there, but I can guess." The Baron isn't a patient man, and his last message made it clear that he wouldn't be put off any further. Biting my lip for a second, all my mannerisms and carefully hidden acting thrown away as I weighed the possibilities. I could feel the teeth of the trap locking around me. It felt like I was trapped and had to push through rather than try to avoid it. I was caught already had probably been before the clerk had sent his first message, but now I could sense it. Random flailing would not free me from its jaws. I needed to flee or accept the job. No other option made sense. "One moment, Master Clerk Bridlewood, I will sign this, and then you can pass a message to the Baron." "I will appear at his pleasure," I said as I sharpened my quill with a small knife. "Oh, that won't be necessary. I was delivered here in the Baron's personal carriage, while under guard. I'm fairly certain that you will have an escort to the castle," the clerk said with a sick and uncomfortable smile. Yes, the trap was sprung. I didn't need to be a mind mage to know a guard would be stationed at the rear of the building. Pricking my finger with my quill knife, I dipped the tip of the writing implement into the blood and signed my name, the process taking 3 dippings. I had never considered it before, but using blood for writing is a rather annoying and challenging process. I could imagine how frustrating it must be for a royal having to do this regularly when signing a magical contract. Usually these contracts are of a more uncomplicated sort, used only to indicate a violation, but the one I held compelled its signers to action or inaction as required. The cost of this magical contract's paper and spell would cost as much as my shop and house together. While I shook the paper to dry, the blood soaking into the silk with strange ease, I slipped a few items into my sleeves. All I could grab that was close was a small vial of liquid irritant. I was always outfitted with my usual gear: a small knife, a single pick and tension wrench for locks, a couple of coins slipped into the belt loop, and a single ampule of weak regeneration. None of it would help me against the Baron if he wanted my head, but knowing I had my standard supplies on me helped to calm my nerves, as little as they might assist me. "Very well then, Master Clerk Bridlewood, let's not keep our lord and master waiting then." "Let us be to it then," I said as I gestured him toward the door. After locking the shop, I turned to the waiting carriage and climbed aboard as Bridlewood started his walk up the hill. I had expected him to join me in the carriage, but I hadn't expected a guard to be waiting in the carriage. The man was gigantic. Even sitting, he handily filled the other side of the transport from me. Not that they were fat, far from it, from what I could see behind the thick leather armor, half-plate cuirass, and visored helm. The outfit was deeply disturbing since that was a significant amount of armor for a guard to wear simply to deliver an alchemist apprentice. Even a known skilled trainer wouldn't deserve this kind of armed guard. This gear was more akin to what would be worn while at war. "Good evening," I said, trying to get a sense of the giant guard who sat across from me. Silent staring was the only response, the guard watching me through the closed visor with their sword laying across their lap. I tried not to be blatant about inspecting my guard, but the closed carriage left me little else to focus on. The man was huge, his biceps nearly as large around as my thigh, so large were they that they strained the leather jacket worn under the metal chest protector. Even sitting, the guard towered over me. I jerked in surprise when the carriage stopped for a moment to pick up the second guard from my shop's back alley. My movement did not go unnoticed, as the guard shifted as if to attack or defend, but then calmed when they noticed I had only been surprised. As if I was insane enough to fling myself against this giant and well-trained warrior. Sitting in silence, we rode through the streets to the castle. Once we arrived, the carriage stopped for us to disembark. The driver and second guard continued with the transport, but the large guard gestured me forward as they unfolded themselves from the carriage to follow. To my surprise, the guard was even taller than I expected. I was relatively tall. My upbringing included good food and constant training. My father was a larger man, tall and broad, which was fitting for a skilled trainer who focused on the many arts of war and weaponry. Mother was shorter than either of us, but still taller than your average woman. This guard would have easily dwarfed my father. I had heard no rumors of a giant guard, and that lack left me even more unsettled. Directing me through the castle through the servant ways, the guard continually gestured me forward, maintaining their silent menace. Finally, I was gestured into a room near the back of the castle. A small wooden table in the center of the room held a plate with bread. A mellow fire crackled in the fireplace where I could smell the scent of warmed alcohol. Behind a sturdy oak desk, the Baron, a man almost as large as the guard, waited. The Baron was the quintessential example of a low noble who rose through military might. The story was that he saved the king in a skirmish and was raised to a higher station. Darker rumors say that the Baron acted against his own family's plot against the king, and that was why he was raised into the high nobility. "Good, sit," the Baron said as he gestured to the table with a gently glowing copy of the contract I still carried. While the Baron locked away the contract in his desk, the guard locked the door, then followed me to the table. The large guard took the chair nearest to the entrance as I sat across from the chimney, which left the chair nearest the desk for the Baron. Rising and moving to the fire, the Baron dipped a ladle into the steaming wine and served out 3 portions, handing the cups to the guard and me. I had not expected the Baron to serve me from his own hand, the action a statement as much as meeting in private was. I sipped politely at the wine but quickly placed it before me on the table. I noticed that the guard ignored the wine, their visor remaining focused on me the entire time. The bared blade again lay within their lap as it had the carriage, casually pointing towards me. The Baron was gray-haired with a gray beard, but his eyes were still a clear, shining blue, and the teeth he flashed were still whole and wholesome. "Now I promised your parents that I would find a way to challenge you as a kind of graduation test, but I've no time for games. If I could find your damn father, I would ask him for this work, but I can't, so you will have to do," the Baron said as he levered his muscular frame into his chair. While I tried to gather my thoughts, I reached again for my wine and sipped, the cloves a gentle counterpoint to the other spices and the bite of the alcohol. I could see how things came together. The old foreigner who spoke in a horrible accent just happened to find his way to my new home to act as a cover. The alchemy shop just so happened to be available for my family to purchase. The master clerk just so happened to be both corruptible and unwilling to sell out the person bribing him. By the time my cup left my lips in that first sip, I was convinced this had my mother's dainty hands all over it. But I shouldn't have been surprised. They were always eager for me to test myself in the real world, but backup and a safety net was still helpful. Tipping my cup slightly on edge with one finger, I gently rocked it as I turned an eye up to the silently watching Baron. Letting the cup rock back upright, I asked the Baron, "My father wouldn't happen to have served in your army, perchance?" Bursting out into laughter, the Baron turned to the silently watching guard. "See, I told you he would figure it out quickly enough. No son of Mark still would be stupid, let alone a son of Jesse." I couldn't contain myself at that and exclaimed, "Jesse." Chuckling, the Baron gulped down his wine, then gave a light burp and continued, "Yeah, Jesse. Jezebella never liked it when I called her that. Dumped a load of starching powder in my short clothes while I was on campaign once. Never called her that to her face again," the Baron said before he stood and refilled his cup at the fire. "No one used my mother's full name. To me, she had always been just Mother, but even the trainers she hired for me called her Bella. The chair strained under the Baron's bulk as he returned to his seat and sipped his wine while looking into the past. Smacking his lips at the flavor, he placed the cup back on the table. Seeming to bring himself back under control, the Baron's smile faded and he turned serious. "Well then, enough of that. We have business here." Nodding slightly, I remained silent and waited. Looking down for a moment, the Baron turned to the guard, then looked down again, his face moving through a mix of emotions before he raised his head. I was surprised to see sadness, anger, and embarrassment flash across his face. Before he raised his head to look me in the eye, he had shoved everything back behind a self-mocking smile. "Nearly 19 years ago now, the king went to parley with the Northmen," the Baron began as his eyes drifted into the distance for a moment. "We spent a month in that frozen hell trying to get the bastards to agree not to raid us for a few summers at least. While the moot was going on, I met a woman there. Ulnanza was the shaman to the Blood Snow tribe. She was strong and oh so beautiful, and she knocked me on my ass when I propositioned her that second night," the Baron said with a wistful smile. When the Baron began his tale, the guard shifted slightly, but they said nothing. Given the nature of the magical contract, I had to assume that this guard was Snow in Blood. There was no other way the Baron would be able to tell me his business in front of them unless they were the other signer. Given the name and the name of the shaman's tribe, I could guess where this was going. Seeing my glance at the guard, the Baron nodded. "Yes, my illegitimate child." "But the Northmen don't care about legitimacy. They care about parentage, and her mother is a shaman. It isn't like the magic we use, but it's magic all the same. They refused to teach her. They trained her with a sword, with an axe and shield, but they refused her the magic in her blood. All because she is my child. Her mother sent her to me, but the mages won't even hear of training someone with Northmen blood. She has been refused twice over." The Baron was red-faced, his anger clear, his voice only raised slightly, but I could see the violence that hid behind his control. Seeming to realize he was near yelling, the older man sipped sullenly from his wine, then stared into his cup. Facing the guard, I watched as she removed her visored helm to show a surprisingly pretty face beneath. Large though she was, her face was pleasing and smooth of skin, with bright blue eyes matching her father's. Staring me down, she seemed to dare me to comment before she ignored my look and turned back at her father. "No, I won't deny her. She is mine, and if I had known of her, I would have claimed her to all. I intend to do just that at the winter court," the Baron said as he met his daughter's eyes, then gave his lopsided smile. She said nothing, but for a moment there was a flicker of a smile across her lips before the Baron turned back to me. Unknown to me, she lived with her mother and trained as a warrior. When her magic rose and she channeled it into her combat, the tribe forced her out. Her mother kept them from killing her, but that was all she could do. For the Northmen, only a shaman is allowed to wield magic, and none of mixed blood may be a shaman, the Baron said. "So, will you train my Snow in Blood, my little Alexis, to use her magic? If you help me spit in the eye of the Northmen and the Mages Guild both, I'll make you rich and put you officially under my protection," the Baron said, then fell silent. Both were staring at me as I considered the pressure of their looks weighing on me. I should have said no. I should have fled the moment the master clerk had mentioned the Baron. I was teetering on the edge of making a decision that I could sense would be a tragic mistake. She had magic, and it was expressed in some kind of combat skill. This was a dream for every skilled trainer, a bridge between the skills we understood and the magic we could never seem to study. "Please, it is my heritage." Her plea was soft, her voice surprisingly feminine for such a large and muscular body, her words smooth with the rolling gait of the Northmen tongue. But it was the anger in her eyes that convinced me. It was the look of someone who had been controlled by circumstances and was pleading with me to help them act as they would. I knew that look, and I couldn't turn away from it. I could feel the trap snap shut with a single glance into those blue eyes. "Yes," I said before emptying my wine. Chapter 5. "A-A-A-A-H?" Snow and Blood screamed as she spun her body through the air, sweat flying from her head as her arms suddenly whipped out, shattering the training dummy with her sword. "Good, just keep on doing that," I said to the large woman as she heaved for breath. At my bored tone, she flashed me a look of annoyance, but nodded and continued to gasp for air. After a few seconds, she straightened her slight slump and returned to destroying the straw and wood dummies. The Baron suggested the use of his hunting manner to keep the secret of my profession. I could train his daughter without outside observers, and how I did it would be hidden. If we didn't take any of the Baron's retainers, we would have the place to ourselves. My addition to the plan was to suggest that I start rumors about being hired, shanghaied, to provide resources for her advanced combat training. A couple nights at the inn complaining about having to produce the precursors to health and stamina potions, and the Baron's guards spread the rumor well enough for me. The overuse of stamina and health potions was a well-known and brutal method of training. It had no long-term physical effects, but the same couldn't be said for its mental effects. Which made sense. Few people could train themselves through exhaustion and into muscle damage, chug a stamina and health potion, endure the rapid healing, and then return to training. The rumor was that my master loaned me out to the Baron while Snow and Blood was trained by a foreign combat expert. The ironic bit was that this was our actual plan. I couldn't be sure that Snow and Blood's skill was unique. The mages had destroyed almost every source which discussed mana, but it certainly had all the hallmarks of a unique skill. Her mother's tribe was known for their skill that boosted their speed based on the blood they had spilled, theirs, or their enemies. Snow and Blood's skill seemed like a modified version. This wasn't the same as a skill evolution. Well, there was a bit of a disagreement within the Skilled Trainers Guild on that point. Some argued that unique skills were a mutation of another skill. Others claimed it was something else entirely that caused unique skills. They were rare and by definition unique, which made them difficult to study. The goal of our training would be to enable Snow and Blood to actively use her skill. The lack of information on the active effect made me think it was a unique skill. Still, it could just be that she had never triggered it, so the information was unavailable. Arcanum of the Blood, Tier 1, 3. The power of the unseen world courses through your blood. Passive effect. Minor, stamina recovery. Stamina recovers faster than usual at the cost of mana. Active trigger effect. Minors. Lesser. In a way, the Baron and his daughter were lucky that my father wasn't available to train her. My father's skills were formed from hard work, life experience, and rote training. He was, by far, the better warrior, and for the skills that he knew, and he knew many, he would be the better choice. Mother was the same. She had learned her skills through the usage of them in the real world and only became a trainer later. This was how most of the Skilled Trainers Guild members developed as well. It was only after they had made a name for themselves or had become disfavored politically that they became skilled trainers. Teaching or training were skills they learned later after having mastered their crafts. I was the odd duck out. From a young age, I knew I would be a trainer first while my other skills came second. My parents taught me their skills, but it was secondary to learning how to teach others. The first step to that goal was learning the primary principles of Snow and Blood skills. While the giant warrior drove herself into exhaustion, I watched her recover and tried to work out how her passive effect worked. At first, I just let her attack, her training sword slamming into the padded target dummy as she threw her body from position to position. Watching her monstrous performance, I failed to notice anything significant at first. Eventually, when her body was left pumping air like a bellows, expanding and shrinking along with her breath, I called out to her. "Is your skill working right now?" I shouted. I'd done similar exhaustion training with my father, so I knew that at this moment, her ears were pounding with the beat of her heart. Nodding, she continued to breathe deeply as she tried everything to keep from bending over as she caught her breath. That was a sign of someone who had experienced extensive physical training. Deep breaths with stomach muscles held taut but loose enough to avoid spasms, while she breathed through her nose to warm the cold air. When her breathing slowed, she returned to hammering the wooden practice dummy. Snow in Blood had been steadily hammering on the training pell for almost 3 hours. For the first hour, I provided healing and stamina potions when she reached the end of her capability. After chugging the 2 potions, she would twitch and grimace as she healed, then gag while trying to keep the drinks down. Next, she returned to beating on the dummy. I needed to see how she performed while her skill remained mostly inactive. After I was confident that she reacted to the 2 potions in the same way as anyone else. Then we moved on to her only consuming the healing potion without the stamina potion. When her skill triggered, the difference was clear. When she was recovering with the stamina potion, she took short gasping breaths except when she was gagging. At a few points, she even held her breath as she flinched in disgust from the potions. When her skill was active, she was always taking long, even breaths. "Snowy, come over here. We need to talk," I said, not even noticing the use of my mental nickname for the large woman. Even if stamina and health potions removed the damage and the exhaustion from excessive exercise, there remained a deep-seated mental strain. Snow in Blood looked deeply exhausted from the use of her skill. The effect of her skill was a regenerative one rather than the stamina potion's sudden near-instant recovery. Once the imposing woman was close, she dropped onto one of the wooden benches that lined the grass training field. I waited for Snow in Blood to say something, but she remained silent. I was starting to worry about her mental state. The ride to the hunting manor had been quiet, the 2 of us gently trotting along for hours without comment. At first, I just assumed that she had been preparing herself for the coming ordeal. But after a few hours of riding and Snow in Blood saying nothing, I came to realize that something was bothering the woman. Throughout our training, this was how she continued to behave. She would nod or answer questions, but she would answer my questions with short, clipped comments. This couldn't continue. I didn't need to listen to my clients when we were doing resistance training. Often I simply strapped them down and gagged them, but with a skill like this, some give and take would be needed. "All right, what did I do to upset you?" I asked. I probably should have been more circumspect, more roundabout, maybe presented some casual banter beforehand. I should have, but that wasn't really my style. I was better at deception than earnest ingratiation. For some reason, I didn't have the heart to try and manipulate Snow in Blood. Flinching at my abrupt manner, she clenched her hands, which creaked like the sound of steel bands pulled tight through leather. Keeping her head facing the ground, she responded to my outburst. "My apologies, Hunt Leader, I will work harder," she said. I was confused about the unfamiliar term, but my confusion was short-lived. "No, now, none of that. I'm not your Hunt Leader and you aren't my subordinate. I'm doing a job and you're helping me do it." "Yeah, it helps you, but your dad is paying me and I can't do this without your help. Besides, you're working harder than most I've worked with," I said while trying to keep the annoyance out of my voice. Despite her large and imposing appearance, I felt like I had accidentally kicked a kitten and needed to coax her back gently. Her hair flipped across her face, the sweat still dripping from her efforts. Her blue eyes met my own brown and locked on. She searched my face, seeking something in my words which she apparently found. Nodding, she lowered her head again, the weariness from her efforts overtaking her again. Awkwardly, I shifted on the bench and looked out to the field, trying to let the moment pass. Right, so, I think I've figured out the first part of your skill. How to trigger one of the active parts. I think it's a unique skill. I'm almost certain, in fact. So I wouldn't be surprised that there are more parts hidden within it, I said as I rubbed my chin. From the corner of my eye, I could see her tilt her head and then stare at me, trying to figure something out. Something about what I said concerned her in some way. I couldn't tell what, but it was clear to me. Snow in blood was subtle in her expressions. She ranged from silent stoic to obviously emotional but controlled. To others, she might seem to be stone-faced. Still, to someone who was continually trying to control their own emotions, she might as well have been screaming her emotional state. How could you discover something so quickly? My tribe tried to understand my skill for months. It was finally decided that it was part of the way of the shaman and that I was anathema for usurpation of the skill. We have been here a day, and you have done nothing but watch, she said, her voice rising by the end only to cut out as she tried to choke back her emotions. I mentally brought up my pride and joy, my mutated teaching skill, and shared it. Teacher of Skills Tier 2, 18. Your life's focus has been the teaching of skills. Teaching is the best way to learn. Passive effect. Lesser, epiphany, correlate, and accumulate skill information when exposed to new experiences. Active trigger effect. Major, favored student focusing on one student allows the teacher to notice mistakes and important clues needed for skill gains. Lesser, cross-training, any skill the teacher possesses which has a related principle, can assist in a student's skill gain. Minor, the student is the teacher. When studying a student's use of a skill that the teacher does not know, they have a small chance to learn a primary principle of the skill. Synergistic with other known mental skills. Self-awareness. I tried to keep the smug smile off my face, but it was hard not to be proud. It was a mutated skill, meaning it was a skill that was core to who I was. It had shifted to fit my life. A Tier 2 skill, something most couldn't boast of until they were in their 30s, and oh yes, a skill with a major scaled effect. Most skills never gained anything more than a lesser scale, which was impressive enough. Still, a major scaled effect was almost magical. It was only an information-gathering triggered effect, but it was vital for my work. From my point of view, it was likely the single most essential effect of all the skills in the world. That perspective might be exactly why I gained that specific mutated skill. Skills ruled this world, but a skill which allowed someone to skill up faster. That was priceless. My mother had the trainer skill. It was useful, but it was basic and had few frills. She could mainly induce a small boost to skill gains for anyone she was actively trying to teach. She also gained a little bonus in figuring out what information her student needed to learn a skill. Father, on the other hand, had a far more spectacular set of skills. A paired set of skills called favored disciple and favored teacher. Favored teacher allowed him to bestow the skill favored disciple on one student who had to follow his instructions. In exchange for obedience, they gained massive improvements in all martial skills while my father trained them. His skill had many restrictions. It worked only with his martial skills. The student was required to follow all instructions to the letter. They had to train daily, and so on. But even then, they were a fantastic pair of skills. Somewhere along the line, while my father trained me with his skills, I picked up some part of it. I learned something, some tweak or bit of knowledge, and it shifted my budding teaching skill and laid the groundwork for my own skills mutation. It was the only thing that made sense given the favored student portion. Unfortunately, it only worked when I was focusing as hard as I could. It felt almost like trying to memorize every action of my student. The mental drain was staggering. I could only use the active, favored student portion of my skill in bursts of a few minutes at a time. Snowy finally broke my smug silence and asked the question I had been waiting for. "So, what is the key that everyone has missed?" she asked. Flashing her a smirk, I answered, breathing. In Chapter 6. In 1, 2, 3, 4. Out 1, 2, 3. Good and again, I said as I slowly walked around Snowy. I had been maintaining the same cadence as Snowy while she was recovering from training. A slow count of 4 to inhale, a slightly shorter pace to exhale. We had been at it for days, and I could see the strain on Snowy's face. She was becoming frustrated by the lack of progress, and my seeming calm was not helping the matter. Keeping the same pace, I stopped when I was directly in front of the woman. Watching the grimace on her face as she tried to maintain her breathing, I decided to remain calm and focused. The headache from trying to focus my skill on her breathing was taking a toll on me as well. Suddenly shouting to the woman, I said, "All right, take a break, walk around for a moment." Flashing me a frown, she said nothing as she began her now routine walk around the practice yard. Her giant stride ate away at the ground. Watching her move, I couldn't help but think she was trying to resist the urge to run. Something about the slow and deep breathing seemed to trigger a manic kind of energy in the woman. I had first assumed that it was a part of the skill, but her skill listing said otherwise. When I questioned her about it, she said she had always been that way since she was a child, unable to sit still and filled with energy. That explained her physical prowess. She did more training in a day while relaxing than I had when training with my father. The real question was how she was fueling her recovery. Rubbing my brow, I tried to work through what was different. Besides the exhaustion, something changed between when she was breathing then and now. That, or I was entirely on the wrong path here. But I didn't think so. Something about the odd breathing pattern stood out to me, especially so, since she maintained it even when a faster gasping pattern would have been more natural. I could have her test the link by having her intentionally break her breathing pattern while exhausted. Still, I was avoiding that plan for now. It was unlikely, but it was always possible to jinx her performance by trying to break it down. Father mentioned a training story about an army buddy who was able to fire an arrow accurately without aiming. He would feel the location. The moment that the army trainer tried to get him to break down the movements and explain what he was doing was the moment he stopped being able to fire by feel. He would get in his own way in his head and lose the feel for the movements. This could turn into something similar. Closing my eyes, I stood straight and mentally visualized Snowy's movements as she was recovering. The cadence matched, but something about it was wrong. Trying to overlap my memory over her still form, the difference was clear. I could feel my teaching skill tugging at me in my mind, trying to point to something, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't see what else was missing. Still, there was another thing to try. "Snowy, I've got an idea," I shouted without glancing at the woman. I was still scratching my chin and thinking about the new plan as she approached. Idly, I noticed that I needed a shave. Keeping my chin free of whiskers was required to maintain my disguise. I was blessed with a young-looking face, but a beard ruined the illusion of my apprenticeship. When Snow and Blood stopped in front of me, I began to focus on her with my skill. It was difficult to shift into the headspace where I consider the angles of movement, the focus on someone's eyes, and the balance of their body. The moments where they would act and when they would pause. Even with the mental strain, it had become routine with long practice. The real difficulty was to continue to use the skill, to focus my mind after it had reached the point of diminishing effort. "Stand here for me, please," I said, my voice slightly distant as I tried to recreate the image in my memories. Without thinking, I reached out and turned Snowy, her body stiff at my touch. Placing one hand at her diaphragm and the other on her upper shoulders, I bent her slightly while keeping her abs mostly straight. It was only after she was fully lined up did I notice the sweat on my hands from the woman's body. Wiping my hand on my pants, I then noticed her stare and my mannerless manipulation of the woman's form. "Ah, excuse me," I said as I backed up a moment. Nodding, she just waited. Coughing once into my hand, I tried to reach out for my lost focus. "Right, so don't stand up straight but keep that position. Hold your abs tight but breath deep each time. Remember what you were feeling like when you are trying to recover. Think the same thoughts as you breathe," I said as I watched my student close her eyes. Before I could start counting, I knew that we had found the key. It wasn't the position of Snowy's abs, it was the mental component of needing to recover. She linked the sensation of recovery in her mind to avoiding stomach cramping during exhaustion. The last connection that was required was that mental component, and it came from the sensation of physical strain. "In, 1, 2, 3, 4. Out, 1, 2, 3. I said, slowly walking around her body as something flowed through her. Even from where I stood, I could feel something ephemeral shifting within her body. Standing 10 feet from the woman, I could feel the air shift and take on the scent of a summer storm. Falling into our rhythm, I began to breathe in and out at the same rhythm. As I breathed deeply, my words drifted away from me as my focus dropped into the beat. I watched Snow in Blood's shoulders as they rocked slowly up and down, her body remaining upright though tense. Distantly, I could feel skills updating within my mind. Still, I ignored them as I tried to focus on every movement, every action, watching for the small detail which would help me understand Snowy's skill. Eventually, the focus became too great to maintain, and I stopped, my body dripping sweat like I had run a marathon. When I broke from my trance, I glanced at the waiting skill messages and froze. Self-awareness has mutated. Licking my suddenly dry lips, I called up the mutated skill. Meditation, Tier 1, 14. Meditation gives one insight into their own mind, how thoughts flow, and where the river of consciousness runs rough and where it becomes tranquil. Through a calm perception of the world, the arcane flows through your mind. Passive effect. Lesser, inner stability, slight resistance to effects that would alter your perceptions and actions. Lesser, mana flow, slight increase in mana recovery. Active trigger effect. Lesser, improved perceptual effects. Lesser, improved mental effects. Lesser, mana sense, synergistic with other known mental and physical skills. Memorization, reading, teacher of skills, focused cut. Staring at my new skill, I tried to calm my now pounding heart. The skill trainers had known for years that the mages had a skill that increased mana regeneration and allowed them to sense magic. If it had ever been recorded, the mages had destroyed all who had the knowledge. Now I knew the skill and how it was created. It was a mutation of the self-awareness skill, still Tier 1, but powerful all the same. This was likely the root of the Mage Guild's animosity with the skill trainers. One of our primary skills was shared with what was likely part of their core training. My teaching skill was itching at the edge of my perception, daring me to reach out for magic. I could taste a plan forming at the razor's edge of my mind, just out of reach. Instead of jumping headfirst into this new skill, I tried to bring my thoughts back to the current focus. Later, I could decide if this was something I was willing to pursue or if it was a trap that I would leave alone. Either way, this new skill would instantly cause the Mage Guild to issue an assassination order if they ever discovered I had it. Likely for everyone around me as well. I knew that Snowy would be risking the Mage Guild's ire with her skill, but her noble lineage would protect her to some degree. Turning to my trainee's skill, I broke out into a wicked grin that Snowy shared with me. Arcanum of the Blood, Tier 1, 7. The power of the unseen world courses through your blood. Passive effect. Minor, stamina recovery. Stamina recovers faster than usual at the cost of mana. Active trigger effect. Minor, reinforcement of blood through focus. Heal the body with mana. Minor. Lesser. A minor scaled healing effect that used mana instead of stamina was huge. Typically, healing required a healer or priest who would apply a blessing that drained stamina. With Arcanum of the Blood, Snowy would be able to heal herself. Given her experience of using the passive effect during combat, she was likely to be able to use the active effect as well. Even more, a priest's blessing was usually a lesser effect. We would have to test out how quickly her healing worked, how much mana it drained, and what kind of focus was required. My guess was this would significantly increase Snowy's combat capabilities. Healing wasn't the same as stamina recovery, but it was strongly related. She would likely be able to take injuries and continue fighting, all while fighting longer and harder than her enemies. With that capability, the Baron should easily be able to petition the king to approve her as his heir. Women usually didn't inherit, but with her training and that skill, no one could argue she was unsuited for warfare. Personal combat capability wasn't the primary qualifier for a baroness, but it was a factor. "Snowy, I think we are done for the night. I'll let you clean up in the washroom first," I said to the large woman's nod and smile. Trudging back into the hunting manor, I relaxed in the lounge as the sound of the runic water pump and heating device thumped through the wall. One of the oddities of Snow in Blood that I noticed was that she was remarkably stoic and silent, but was generally friendly. She didn't shy away from an innocent smile like a blushing maiden, and she hadn't reacted badly to my absent-minded manhandling of her into position. The smile and brilliant eyes were easy to appreciate as well. Shaking my head, I levered my sweaty body off the lumpy recliner and moved toward the bath. Snowy had finished her bath while I absently considered the nature of her skill and my newly mutated one. I could hear her moving around upstairs in her room, which meant the bath was free. I didn't bother to empty the tub. The water was relatively clean, warm, and had a lovely film of suds from the harsh soap. The facilities were significantly better than what was available in all but the wealthiest bathhouses. It was unlikely I would get to enjoy the Baron's hunting manor much longer. What a noble would consider lesser accommodations, I thought of as luxuries, so I was eager to enjoy while I could. Once the dried sweat was scrubbed from my body, I took a few minutes to close my eyes and just enjoy the heat of the water as it infused into my body. Levering myself out of the water, I toweled off and made a mental note to wash and air out my used clothes in the morning. I only had a few changes of clothes, and I could use the bath water for the wash. Wrapping the towel around my waist for the walk to my room, I bundled up my clothes and stepped out of the warm washing room. Ignoring the sudden chill, I climbed the stairs and entered my room, dumping my clothes to the side. Grabbing the shallow bowl of water generally used for morning ablutions, I rifled through my pack to find my shaving gear. Tapping the small glass bottle of shaving liquid, I grunted when I remembered that I had used the last a few days before we had left. Shaving with only water was less than pleasant, but I needed to maintain my appearance so I would suffer through. Shortly after I began to shave, there was a knock at the door which opened before I could request a moment. "Oh, sorry," came the muffled apology through the suddenly closed door. I couldn't help but grin at the instant blush and exit of Snow in Blood. That had been the first time I had seen the woman in anything resembling a moment of uncertainty. I doubted my less than imposing physique was the cause of her blush as much as my partial nudity and her rude entrance. Still, her blush had been oddly charming. Grabbing a shirt, I threw it on and sat on the bed to make my towel-covered waist less noticeable. "I'm decent now. What do you need?" I asked while trying to keep the humor of the situation out of my voice. To my surprise, Snowy opened the door and stepped into my room, her face still slightly flushed in embarrassment. "My father left a message on the communication scroll. He just survived an assassination attempt. He wants us to return to the castle." Chapter 7. It was a close call, but we decided that it would be better to wait and leave early the next morning. If we set out immediately, we would likely make it to the castle around the witching hour. Besides the arrival time, the fact that both of us were exhausted was the final deciding factor. While both of us were elated, Snowy for her skills enhancement and me from the new skill, it was a shaky elation. Snowy made a tasteless porridge that we both gulped down in desperate hunger. While Snow and Blood did the work to seal the hunting mansion, I cleaned the cooking equipment and packed all but our sleeping gear. The next day we broke our fast with a couple of mealy apples and then saddled up our horses. Snowy had been silent and taciturn since I met her, but this morning she was even more so. It wasn't until I had struggled to mount my horse that her frown broke, and I earned a small laugh from the woman. While I was glad to see her in a better mood, as short-lived as the laughter was, I wished it wasn't from my failure. For some reason, no matter how hard I tried or what my father did, I was unable to learn the riding skill. I could ride in that I could sit in the saddle and roughly direct the horse in the direction I wished to go, but my thighs and ass made it clear that wasn't the same thing as having the skill. Our saddles made things more difficult. Instead of a lancer's saddle or even a messenger's saddle, we had war saddles. The lack of stirrup would keep me from being tangled in a fall, but it made the ride far less comfortable. When I asked for a saddle with stirrups, the stable keep laughed. I guessed that this was a jest from the Baron, and I couldn't help but think that my father told him of my lacking skill. The morning ride was calm, and we planned to stop before noon at a small glade that ran near a stream. The meadow acted as a camping spot for traveling merchants, and was where the thin, muddy trail to the hunting mansion would rejoin the main road. The moment the clearing came into sight, I twisted around to try and pull my water flask from my pack. While I was twisted around looking in the bag, Snowy shouted, "Ambush!" and shoved me off my horse. Snowy's shove threw me off my horse, and I landed awkwardly. My back screamed at me from the twisted position I was in as I fell. My landing torqued muscles in my back while my skull cracked against a rock in the ground. Gasping, I tried to scramble into the brush, the sound of horses screaming in pain, providing extra impetus to my movements. The squeals of the horse were preceded by the twang of crossbows. For a moment, I almost tucked my head and cowered to avoid the flying weapons, but my father's training screamed in my mind. On all fours, woozy, I managed to pull the dagger from the back of my belt. I rose in a crouch on the side of the trail. The brush around me would provide only minimal protection and none from crossbows. I kept moving in the same direction that Snowy's push sent me as I tried to find where the shots came from. Before I could see the ranged attackers, I stumbled into a man with a sword crashing through the brush near me. Behind him was a second man holding a short sword in one hand as he tried to keep his balance, one arm held out to his side. Neither man had armor. Their tunics and pants were stained with mud and plants from hiding on the trail, but their weapons were fine steel. The flash of keen metal said that they were not common brigands, but that was confused by the subpar clothing and lack of armor. Despite my strange calm, I had no trouble keeping my weight on the balls of my feet and leaning back as the lead man tried to attack with a rough chop downward. His attack could best be described as clumsy, the weapon edge not even correctly leading the attack, the sign of someone with a weak wrist or inadequate training. There was no way this man had a swordsmanship skill, so why was he attacking with one? Despite the question, my training kicked in and my hand darted out, the knife slicing along the wrist and over his thumb. The skin peeled back from his hand. With an odd floating sensation, I had enough time to watch the tip of the man's fingernail flop over before his hand flinched back as he dropped his sword. Curling over his wounded hand, the man slowed his partner, who tried to step around him. The muddy boots both men wore stood out to me in my altered mental state. They had been crouched in the mud and brush on the side of the road for a long time. The mud had collected on their boots, and that was why they had so much difficulty moving. My boots were mostly clean from my fall from my horse into the brush. While my mind raced, pulling ideas and concepts together, stringing each detail into a tapestry, my body seemed to move through tar. Stepping to the left of the injured man, keeping him between his partner and me, I flipped my knife around in my hand so that it faced downward. Almost delicately, my dagger drove into the now screaming man's neck. His high-pitched screams suddenly became a gurgle. As I used my new handle to pull him around and behind me, I rotated my body directly next to the second man and inside his reach. I planned to remove my embedded knife, flip it around, and then jam the blade into his body. It felt like I had all the time in the world to plan my movements, but it also meant that I could feel everything in slow motion as the embedded knife caught on something and was pulled from my blood-slicked hand. While I was inside the reach of the uninjured man, I was now unarmed. I had a draw knife behind my belt buckle, and my arm was even close to being able to draw it, but I couldn't tell if I had enough time before I slammed into my attacker. With an emotionless mental shrug, I tucked my shoulder and drove it into his stomach instead. The slippery mud on his boots and his attempt to scramble around his partner left him off balance when we collided. I barely maintained my footing as I tilted my shoulder and drove upward. My right knee strained in pain as I lifted the smaller man off the ground in such an odd stance. With a twitch of the shoulder to the side at the perfect moment, the man rolled off my body. His sword was barely grasped in his hand as he tried to break his fall. I didn't bother to brace as I started to drop. I aimed my now descending knee at the man's weapon arm and hoped for the best. The sharp jolt of my knee landing was muted by the wrist that cushioned my fall. There was a crack as something broke, and I hoped that it was a wrist and not a knee. Strangely, nothing on my body hurt. I felt every impact, but it was muted. My assailant was silent as his mouth stretched wide to scream. The blow to his chest and the fall to the ground had emptied his lungs, leaving him mute. I aimed my next blow carefully, my attack seeming to take days. With a crunch, my knuckles impacted his voice box. The sound as his air pipe collapsed was disgusting, but my feelings were muted in the world of slow time I existed in. Rising from his wrist, I snagged the sword from his no longer caring hand, then drove it into his chest. Moments before the blade entered his chest, his wide eyes snapped to me and stared into my own. I could see it in his eyes. He knew he was dead. The panic, the pain, straightening slightly into a crouch, I looked around, trying to find the rest of our attackers. At first, I only noticed one of our horses at the far side of the glade, smeared red and flailing on the ground. When my eyes ran over Snowy, I felt a shot of concern break through the peaceful, frozen world that was my mind. She had blood splashed over her body, but in the odd mental state I was in, I could tell that it wasn't her own. Splatter she had caused, and so not from her own body. Despite the majority of the blood not being her own, the bolt pointing like a short flag from the meat of her arm said she was still injured. With her facing towards me, and no one between us, I knew that she had killed her attackers and was coming to help me with my own. The deduction seemed obvious, as simple as 1 and 1. Jumping from her bloody body and the scene, it flashed into my mind seemingly fully formed. She had left no attackers alive behind her, and there were none between us which left only behind me. Ducking again as I turned, I scanned the forest and brush but couldn't find another attacker. Only two attacked me, both with similar steel short swords. The initial ambush had the twang of two crossbows. One hit a horse and another landed in Snowy. She killed two assailants, the same as me. Their swords were probably also supplied for the job, 4 swords and 2 crossbows, 2 in front and 2 from behind. That was as far as I got before my mind screamed, white and pain shot out of every joint in my body. I could suddenly feel every stretched muscle, burning scratch and bruise that dotted my body. My knuckles stung where a finger had failed to tuck under when I slammed it into my attacker's neck. My knee was throbbing in pain, the joint having twisted as I drove it into the ground and further tweaked it as I landed in my fall. There was the taste of copper in my mouth from biting my lip. Then the knowledge that I had almost died, that I had killed 2 men, hit me between the eyes. I vomited, the half-digested apple from the morning dotting the ferns. Spitting the remains out of my mouth, I wiped my face with my sleeve as my ears rang from the violent expulsion. Once the blood stopped pounding in my head, I stepped away from my sick and stumbled back to the trail. Snowy was still where I had last seen her, eyes closed as she breathed deep in her practiced rhythm, the bolt no longer in her arm and the wound slowly but visibly healing. That was when I passed out, Chapter 8. Whatever I was laying on was driving into my back. With a groan, I tried to roll over, and the sudden jolt of pain turned my full body ache into an unpleasant shock of sharp pain. Falling back flat, I let out a pathetic groan. "We are safe." "Rest," Snow and Blood said somewhere near my feet. I wanted to rest. In fact, every urgent pain-laced message my body was sending me screamed that I should sleep. But the sound of Snowy's voice disagreed with her words. She didn't sound like we were safe. She seemed like she was hurting as badly as I was. Grunting, I opened my eyes to the dark treetops, the trunks near me barely illuminated from a small campfire. Rolling gently to the side, ignoring the pain of sore muscles, I shuffled my body until I could see my companion. "Are we all right, Snowy?" I asked. That was something my mother taught me. If someone is upset and defensive, then ask questions that emphasize closeness and inclusiveness. I wanted to know if she was all right, but such a question would sound like an attack or a rebuff at worst. But "Are we all right?" tells her that I consider us a unit, a team, and that our condition will be handled together instead of apart. It was a basic manipulation of leadership. That I actually cared about how she felt didn't make the manipulation any less what it was. It just meant it came from an honest place. That was one of the difficulties of learning these kinds of social tricks. Once you learn them through a structured process instead of through the standard method of being charismatic and personable, they always felt mechanical, disingenuous, and offensive. At least, they did to me. From across the small fire, Snowy sniffled and wiped her face with her sleeve as she tried to hide her tears from me. Honestly, the sight of the large, stoic woman in tears sent a bolt of fear through me. She had been reliable and steady at all times. To see tears come from her through me. Part of it was that I had been mentally placing her in the role of a man. Her size and strength, her general capability, and her complete difference from the females I dealt with regularly put her in a masculine place in my mind. She wasn't, though. Despite her size and strength, she was obviously feminine. Her curves, when she was out of her armor, underlined that fact. Yet, for some reason, I treated her as if she was a typical male and would hate any assumption of weakness or emotion. It was just the assumed standard for any social situation with a man you didn't know well. Don't show emotion and pretend that you can't see theirs. This put my days of travel and training in another light. I was no longer a companionable travel partner and trainer who assumed the competence of my partner. I was a cold and distant, silent and stern, trainer who drove his pupil into painful and dangerous training. If my breathing idea hadn't panned out, I would have been all that, and it would have seemed like I blamed Snowy for the failure as well. Given that her father had sent her out with a young man that he only knew through parental reputation, the Baron was making the same kind of mental mistake. That, or he was trying to mimic the teaching methods of his own father. Suddenly gaining a child and missing her formative years might have disrupted the typical social dynamics. Not that I thought Snowy would appreciate being treated like a typical noblewoman or even your average tradeswoman. Shaking my head, then grunting from the pain the movement caused, I shifted. I needed to make it easier to see Snowy and make it clear I wanted an actual conversation. In the silence from Snowy trying to ignore her tears, I had drifted into my head in conjecture as I was wont to do. But I actually cared about this large woman. She deserved more than my distracted musings. "Snowy, what's wrong?" I asked, trying to keep my voice soothing and calming. With a poorly hidden sniffle, Snowy turned to face me. "Why do you call me Snowy?" she asked. Frowning for a second, I tried to remember when I began to use the nickname but couldn't remember the exact moment. Shaking my head, I let the contrition soak into my voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Your name is just difficult to say in my tongue, and I shortened it." She was silent for a moment, but then with a hiccup of a laugh, she said, "You can keep calling me Snowy. I just thought you were trying to call attention to my failure. I like the nickname." Now that confused me. What failure exactly? As far as I could tell, the woman hadn't failed at anything since I met her. "Failure, also, are we all right to have a campfire?" I asked while shifting further to face her and the campfire. I wanted to know what she felt her failure was, but I presented an alternate topic in case the first was too painful. I trusted that if she had set a campfire, she thought we were safe from a second ambush. From the small crackling flames came the smell of roasting meat, and the scent demanded my attention. The ambush was around noon, and we hadn't stopped to break our fast, and what little food of the morning I had consumed was evacuated from my moment of weakness after the fight. It was deeply ironic that I hadn't been injured by either of my opponents. Snowy had taken a crossbow bolt, and I was the one suffering in convalescence at her mercy. "My name is Snow in Blood, and I am a child of the Blood Snow tribe. Until I earned the right of a tribal name, I would carry the shame of a name that indicated the dilution of blood from snow rather than a name of strength. It was a brand of shame. If I was Blood in Snow or Red-Dotted Snow or any of 100 others, it would be fine. But the chief named me as weak, and I have failed to wipe my failure away," Snowy said, her voice stretched tight in pain. I didn't know how to respond to that. The idea of a leader naming a child was odd enough, but to do it in such a way to hurt the child was utterly foreign to me. It made no sense, given what I knew of the Northmen either. "Why would he do that? That's barbaric," I said with heated tones. "My father was right when he said that we do not care if a warrior has a child with foreign blood. It's only right to bring strength back to the tribe. My mother chose a strong and capable leader. It was good blood to bring to the tribe," Snowy said. Then her tone turned to that of someone reciting well-repeated teachings. "But she is the shaman, and the shaman can never be compromised for the safety of the tribe. Her priorities and focus must always be on the tribe, just as the chief's must." With a bitter twist to her lips, she poked at the fire with a stick and then continued. "Also, my mother refused the chieftain many times and then laid with my father. The chief is a small man, skinny and whip-sharp. Built of angles and fast motions, blood of the mountain cat. He earned his position as a fast and deadly warrior. My father is a huge man, and I grew to resemble him in size. Some whisper that my mother refused blood of the mountain cat because of his stature, and he took my size as an insult. I silently nodded at that. I had been exposed to that type as well. Someone who compensated for some perceived failure through ruthless competence, but never forgetting or forgiving anything that reminded them of their lack. I never earned a new name from the tribe, no matter how many successful hunts. Even felling enemies in defense of the tribe failed to wipe the name away. Finally, I realized the truth. I was used by the tribe as a brand, always poking and jabbing at the chieftain. Nothing I could do would earn me a name because none of them cared for how I felt, and I was too useful to some within the tribe in their move toward leadership, she said. They would never push the chief to change my name, and he would never change it himself. I watched the light of the fire play across Snowy's stricken face, her eyes staring intensely into the flames without seeing. You were the first to treat me as capable, to not see me as some barbarian from the north, or try to bed me as a curiosity. I like the name. I like being Snowy, she said without looking at me, her cheeks suddenly glowing red in the dimming campfire. I wasn't sure how to respond to the sudden tension, but the grumble of my stomach broke the growing strain. Chuckling, Snowy pulled a bit of meat from a skewer and fished a tuber from the coals of the fire, placing both on a wooden plate and depositing them near me. The rabbit came from our ambushers. I pulled their corpses into the trees. I couldn't find your horse, but I had to put mine down. I wasn't able to hide that corpse, she said, her tone turning wry at the mention of my much-hated mount. Even if my ass and thighs hated her, I hope she headed back to town. Not that it is likely we will see her again. She might wear the Baron's brand, but I doubt that will stop someone traveling away from the county, I said. Nodding, Snowy returned to her post at the fire and poked at her own meal. Without looking at me, she continued her explanation of the aftermath of the ambush. I searched our attackers. They had polished weapons and some small coins in new leather purses, the same each. An obvious payment, smiling and snickering, she continued. The two that attacked me had some skill with a crossbow. They likely had a related skill with a bow or sling, but they were unskilled with the sword. At my nod, she continued. I killed one quick enough, even if he winged me, the other was no danger. His sword was piece-wrapped, and he hadn't even undone the binding, she said in laughter. I had to chuckle in agreement. Someone had paid good money and provided decent weapons, but skimped out on paying for trained professionals. Likely they found down on their luck farmers. No one with any talent at combat would miss from that range if they had any skills, and someone who leaves the piece binding on a blade before an ambush is incompetent at best. A piece wrap was a binding of ropes that hold a weapon in such a way that it took time and care to remove the wax and binding. They were usually placed on arms for sale in shops or for transport. Whoever paid for the ambush provided weapons they had recently purchased, and the ambusher hadn't even considered the need to unbind the weapon. Both of my attackers had steel liberated and ready, but they had been particularly unskilled. It took me moments to strike them down, most of that to approach, she said before she gave me a look of concern. I was going to help you, but you were moving like lightning. I have never seen anyone attack so quickly or strike so precisely. It was like you controlled your enemy's movements as well as your own, like a dance with blood. Whatever skill you used is formidable, but I am not sure the cost is worth it. You spent most of the afternoon spasming in your sleep, she said. Grunting at the rebuke and the strain, I sat up, letting my bed covers peel back as I reached for my plate. It was only then that I realized I was unclothed under my blanket. At my glance beneath the covers and the questioning look, Snowy giggled. I had to check for wounds. Even a small wound might fester given the filth and blood on you. I was worried about your twitching, concerned that you had some tainted or poisoned wound hidden under the blood, but that was not the case. You are covered in bruises, though. What skill did you use? I've never seen the like, she asked. Shrugging at my nakedness and the obvious cleaning Snowy must have done, I bit into the rabbit. I ignored the taste while I reviewed in my mind the skill increases accrued to meditation. When I checked the skill, I was stunned by the changes. Meditation, Tier 2, 5. Meditation gives one insight into their own mind, how thoughts flow, and where the river of consciousness runs rough and where it becomes tranquil. Through a calm perception of the world, the arcane flows through your mind. Passive effect. Lesser inner stability, slight resistance to effects that would alter your perceptions and actions. Lesser, mana flow, slight increase in mana recovery. Active trigger effect. Major improved perceptual effects. Major improved mental effects. Lesser mana sense. Synergistic with other known mental and physical skills. Memorization, reading, teacher of skills, focused cut, unarmed combat, short blades, combat awareness. Father said that life and death struggles could modify skills, that the fear of death could either focus the mind or blur it into uselessness, but I hadn't believed it would work this well. Moving from a Tier 1 skill into a Tier 2, 2 lesser effects becoming major effects, and 3 newly revealed synergies, though how those effects related to the odd slowing of time and the ability I didn't know. It also failed to explain my ability to ignore the pain and discomfort of such rapid movements, but I was thankful all the same. I would need to carefully document these changes into my hidden skill journals. Sending off a report of these new changes would earn me a pretty penny from the Trainers Guild. Seeing the carefully neutral look on Snowy's face as she ignored my blatant skill check, I considered for a moment. It was a sign of trust to share skill information. As her trainer, I had access to her entire status. I didn't regret demanding it, but it must have left her feeling vulnerable. It felt wrong not to share my skill with someone who had bled defending me. I shared my new skill with Snowy and had to hide my laugh when the sudden smile broke through Snowy's calm exterior. I doubted that I would see Snowy as the silent warrior ever again. I had seen beneath the mask, and it would be hard for her to hide behind it once again. Chapter 9. Despite my suffering, I rose to a kneeling position and started to sort through my alchemist courier bag. I couldn't remember exactly which items were in my saddlebags, now lost with my horse, and what I had carried on my person. With a grumble, I sorted through my remaining supplies. Pinching my forehead, I remembered that I had repacked my gear before we left with the awkward and bulkier equipment on the horse. No tent, no sleeping pad, no blanket, and I only had one of my large healing potions with me. With a grin, I pulled out the stylized loop of metal I had been looking for. Made of wrought iron, the black metal looped into multiple swirls of metal in a strange interlacing pattern. In the center of the overlapping loops, shaped roughly into a palm-sized coin, was a small, crudely cut quartz crystal. Snowy. "Where is my belt?" I asked while distractedly looking through my pack. Snowy handed me my belt that was lying near the fire. Close by was a couple sticks driven into the ground that my trousers, shirt, and small clothes hung from to dry. I hadn't noticed them at first with the pain distracting me. "Thanks for cleaning my clothes." "The horse has the rest of them, so that's all I've got," I said as I pulled my hidden knife from the back of my belt buckle. At the appearance of the blade, Snowy raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything and instead just watched as I flipped the loosely formed metal coin. Nicking myself on the upper arm, I dabbed a drop of blood on the coin. Flipping the blade around, I held them both out to Snowy. "It's a look-away charm. It only needs a drop of blood, then you can bury it near the campfire. It should last the night and into the morning. It will hide the camp out to about 20 feet. We both need the sleep, I said to Snowy's obvious reluctance. I pushed the knife and charm towards Snowy when she frowned, but my mention of sleep broke through her displeasure. Taking the two, she moved back towards the fire. Very well, but I will pay you back for the charm when we reach the castle. I shrugged, not being against reimbursement, but not caring particularly either way. I had purchased a few small and relatively cheap charms for emergencies just like these. It didn't matter if it was used to protect me or the both of us together. It was a small price to pay, only a couple of gold coins, to be sure of our comfort and safety during the night. I was in no shape to fight and would have to rely on Snowy alone. It was better to just avoid any danger. The charm worked by forcing anyone that hadn't marked it with their blood to avoid the area. It would cloud their perceptions and distract them as they approached. Unfortunately, a side effect of the charm was that the two of us would leave a trail for the next couple of days to anyone or anything with magical senses. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than being eaten in our sleep by something attracted to the blood. With the charm and the corpses, if something came snooping around, it would leave with bandit meat instead of our own. Snowy nicked her arm in the same place I had, then dabbed a drop onto the metal. Nothing happened at the application of blood, but I smiled at her confidently when she gave me a look. Shrugging, she dug a small hole using a bit of firewood, then buried the metal. The moment the coin was covered, a very thin fog boiled out and surrounded the camp in an unnaturally precise circle. When Snowy shot me a look of concern, I said, "No one else can see the fog. If we are in it, they won't notice us unless they are a trained mentalist or a mage who is using a specific spell." Tightening the straps on my courier bag, I stuffed it behind my head and laid down to sleep. It would be a long day tomorrow, and it would be even worse if I was both sore and tired. I watched Snowy fiddle with the fire for a bit before she threw the blanket from her horse over herself and fell asleep near the fire. The next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by Snowy. Kneeling by my side with her sword in hand, she stared into the darkness. Releasing my shoulder, she raised her finger to her lip in a sign of silence, her gaze never leaving the dark. Slowly and silently, I rolled over to follow her gaze. In the gloom, I watched an indistinct creature as it tore a leg away from the horse as quickly as I would tear a limb from a cooked fowl. The noise was like that of ripping leather. Then came the crunch as it chewed through the meat and bone. Worse, though, was the sniffling and chomping the beast made as it consumed the meal. It was too dark and too far away to make out clearly what it was, but there was enough light to show that it was big, strong, and beyond us. I suddenly felt well satisfied in the decision to use the charm, and thankful I had left it in my alchemist pouch. For an hour, both of us sat in silence and listened to the beast consume the corpses. Once the creature had eaten its fill, it slowly lumbered through the forest away from the road. Stomping past, the beast snorted and sniffed the air as it tore apart tree limbs and crushed the brush. Then the night was silent. Both of us waited, prepared to fight to the last even as we knew we wouldn't win against such a beast. When the usual sounds of nighttime summer insects returned, we wiped our sweat-covered faces and returned to our beds. It was only then that I realized that Snowy was wearing her armor and prepared to fight, and I was still naked and only armed with my knife. The two of us would have made an odd pair fighting a beast in the dark, one fully prepared and the other bruised and disrobed. Ignoring the blush on Snowy's face, I pulled on my now dry clothes. They were still marked with blood and stained, but it was better than being naked. At worst, I wanted the option to flee into the forest while clothed. With a few grimaces from the pain of my bruises, I tucked myself back into my blankets and tried to sleep. Occasionally, I could see Snowy tossing and turning as she tried to ignore thoughts of the beast returning, just as I was. Dawn came far too early for my liking, but to my satisfaction, the magical fog still surrounded our campsite. The proprietor of the magic shop had been unclear about how long it would last. He claimed that it would definitely last the night, but he mentioned that dawn, dusk, midnight, and noon, when reached, would each strike a blow against the magical effect. He promised that it would last through two such magically significant periods and had already done so, once for midnight and again for dawn. As we gathered our things in preparation to leave, I mentioned to her the limits of the charm. "Useful, why is it not used in long engagements or war?" she asked. "I don't understand it fully, but I was told it was like a beacon to a mage if they tried to scry the land. It could even be used as a target for tactical spells," I said as I was kicking the dirt over the last smolders of the fire. Before we could leave camp, we heard the approach of horses at a trot. Combing down my hair, I was planning how I could talk a merchant or courier into selling a few supplies when the riders entered the meadow. At first, the sight put a smile on my face. The riders were decked in the Baron's colors. I was preparing to step from the fog and call out to them as they approached when I noticed that these men were unfamiliar. I certainly didn't know every guard of the Baron's, but none of the 20 or so men were familiar to me. I had talked with most of the guards. I had treated more than one of them for things that they should have known to avoid. In some cases, I knew more about those men than the other men they served with. Diagnosis of comfort boils unfortunately required an examination to rule out a half a dozen other conditions that would necessitate differing compounds. These were not the Baron's men. As I watched, this became ever more clear. None of the riders spoke. The lead man signaled his troops to search the clearing using hand gestures only. When I approached Snowy, I quietly asked if she knew who these men were, and she only shook her head while watching them scour the meadow. The first thing they checked was the corpse of the horse, or at least what was left of the poor beast. The creature in the night had consumed everything of substance and left only a bloody patch of mud behind. Whatever had consumed the corpses had eaten even the bones. The leader, a large, dark-haired man with sharp features, dismounted and approached a pair which held up a hoof, the only thing left identifiable. Others moved around the campgrounds, inspecting the brush. The entrance and exit paths of our midnight intruder were quickly found. Shortly after that, the resting place of the bandits was found. The leader then signaled for the area to be searched. As the group of men began to fan out, Snowy tensed up and slowly drew her sword as to muffle the sound. Holding her arm, I could feel the woman's muscles flex and tense under my hand, but she lowered her weapon. Slowly, 3 of the men scouted around the meadow. 2 checked down the destroyed trail the beast used to enter and leave the field. The 3rd was slowly circling the meadow, searching. As he approached the fog, his path shifted, and he moved around the edge of the magical effect. It was odd to watch the man searching. His eyes would track left and right on the ground as well as into the trees, only for him to move far around our camp. Eventually, the group mounted and continued down the trail toward the Baron's hunting manor. The men were well armed, with steel swords and hardened leather armor, and well trained. At no time did they call out or do more than speak in low voices near each other. It was only when the soldier was searching near our camp that I could see that his tunic, while having the Baron's colors, were not marked with his heraldic. The design on the tunic was just sets of colored cloth stitched haphazardly to the tunic to suggest the correct shape and design. When the riders passed, Snowy sheathed her sword, then we both grabbed our packs. When Snowy moved to the fire pit to get the charm, I waved her away and gestured that we should just go. It wasn't until we had been walking along the road for half an hour, watching for travelers and anxious to jump into the woods at any moment, that she asked me why. Giving her a grim look, I said, "It's a single charge enchantment, and the metal isn't worth much. Until they find our campsite, they won't know what happened to us. Let's hope the charm lasts even longer than it's supposed to. We need the head start. Chapter 10. We gave the soldiers a half an hour before we left the safety of our campsite and started down the road toward the Baron's castle. I was silent as we trudged along the dusty road, trying to work out how we would dodge the mercenaries a second time. That we could attack them never even entered my mind. I knew the bards told tales of men capable of handling entire battalions by themselves, and I would bet on my father versus any 4 men. Still, I was under no illusion that the 2 of us could handle the troop. The choice was simple enough. We had to head back to the city, and the mountain road was the way back. Our options were further limited by the river that followed the path on our right. If we planned to dodge the soldiers, we had only the forest on the left-hand side of the road where we could hide. That would also only work for the first half of our journey. The trail quickly exited from the forest and dipped down into the plains and farmland. We would have little option to hide in the fields. It was doubtful that the farmers would be happy with us hiding in their fields as well. We could only hope that the mercenaries would give up by the point we reached the farmland. With horses, we could have made the return trip as quickly as we had on our ride out, but with our walking pace, we were simply too slow compared to mounted men. Early in our walk, a small puff of smoke exited Snowy's pack. When she quickly unstrapped her overflowing pack, a further black cloud billowed out. Waving her hands to clear the air, we could only find the remains of the communication scroll to explain the sudden ash cloud. The partner scroll must have been burned to cause this kind of destruction. We discussed what this might mean for her father, but ultimately couldn't think of how this changed our plans. The interruption of our morning walk seemed to break the dam on Snowy's silent worries. I was her first choice of a distraction. "So, what skill does a skilled trainer focus on?" Snowy asked as she used her arm to block the early morning light. I let the consideration of when to make camp drift into the back of my mind while I pondered how to answer my companion. "Well, that depends on the skilled trainer. Most have a focus on some skill or trade, and then they join the skilled trainers guild later in life. I'm kind of an odd duck in that I trained under my parents and I'm more of a generalist," I said, watching for the look that my words would cause. Right on schedule, Snowy sneered in disgust at the term, but she quickly tried to hide the look. "Yes, I know most people have that same opinion of generalists," I said as I shook my head. I continued. "My main focus is training itself. I love figuring out how to get someone to induce a skill. To improve, to grow. It helps that I have more skills than almost anyone I know," I said with a chuckle. To that, Snowy gave me a questioning look. She wanted to know, but propriety held her back from asking. Even hinting with a look was considered rude. On the other hand, I had full access to her status, and that was something reserved for parents. Checking behind us to see if anyone was coming down the mountain trail, I then stared into the cloudless sky for a long moment before deciding to share. Most of my work focuses on resistance training, poison, pain, fear, cold, heat, and so on. Giving my clients someone to focus on and hate seems to help them resist," I said. Peeking out of the corner of my eye, I watched Snowy frown, and then she looked away from me. For a while, we walked in silence while Snowy digested my proud boast of torture, and I waited to see if I would be losing a budding friendship. I felt oddly vulnerable during that silent walk. My new meditation skill poked at my mind while I tried to understand my feelings and why losing the regard of the young woman next to me would upset me. As attractive as I found the capable woman, I knew it wasn't the fear of losing the target of an infatuation. I was clear-eyed about her future station in life, and how I would be non-existent at that level of nobility. No, it wasn't feelings of lust or puppy love. The tribe would often expose the young to the cold. The young hunters would be left in the snow until they drifted into sleep. Warmth, broth, and blankets would keep most from dying. Cold resistance is a mark of courage for a young hunter, she said, then returned to silence as we trudged along, the dust of the road staining our pant legs. Seeing the anecdote as the sign of acceptance that it was, I explained my services further. Nobles usually want poison resistance. Military men usually pay for fear, cold, and heat resistance. They know how often that can lead to death while on the march. I've trained a few with weapons, but that is usually where my father shines, I said. Somewhere in the silence waiting for Snowy's response, I decided to stop hiding what my profession entailed. Good or bad, I would let her see me and have things fall where they may. Meditation has increased to 6. The skill increase surprised me, but not so much that it distracted me from my new insight. I was lonely. I was hiding who I was from everyone but my parents. In many cases, I hid behind multiple masks. I was taking a chance to be honest with someone with who I was and what I wanted from the world. More, she was someone near my age and female. Despite the knowledge that I couldn't have her and that we might not even make a good match, I still wanted her to see me in a positive light. At that, I broke the now silent walk with a chuckle. Snowy gave me another look, this time with a small smile, seemingly enjoying the reduced tension of the previous discussion. "What's that about?" she asked. I shook my head before I answered, knowing even as I said it that it was likely too much honesty. Mother told me that pretty faces made it hard to think. I never believed her, but just now I gained a point in meditation when I wondered if your beauty might be hampering my thinking. Even the world thinks my mother knew what she was talking about, I said while trying to downplay my answer with a goofy smile. Snowy blushed when I called her pretty, but when I mentioned my skill increase, she gave me a searching look. Already. To go from 5 to 6 on a new Tier 2 skill in one night isn't unheard of, but it's still quick. You seem to have a knack for meditation, Snowy said with a smile, but there was something about the smile that said she was hiding some envy. Imitating Master Clerk Bridlewood, I tapped the side of my nose and mimicked his voice as best I could to say, "Secrets of the skilled trainers, well-kept secrets." Snowy giggled at my mimicry, something I had always been good at, and that contributed to me earning my acting skill. To be fair, Master Clerk Bridlewood was a bit of a character, and so an easy target for good-natured mockery. Given the laughter, I thought it likely that Snowy was familiar with the Master Clerk. Given the angle of the sun, it was likely a couple of hours until noon. The charm we left was likely to break at that point. The merchant had promised 2 periods of magical significance, but claimed it could last for longer. I doubted the second part of his claim. It seemed likely that his charms were purchased for 2 periods, and that if it lasted further, it was a matter of luck. Luck we couldn't trust. We were almost to the top of a rise before the road continued its rolling descent to the farmland. As we reached the top of the hill, I gestured my now relaxed companion to step carefully into the brush. As she passed through the bushes, I checked to be sure she left no apparent tracks in the dust of the road. I expected that someone who grew up in the north would be skilled at tracking, even if they lacked the skill, and I was happy to see she left no clear marks. Following behind her, I turned to let the branches and leaves bend on my back and then gently returned to hide the small deer trail we took into the trees and up into the hills. "No fire tonight, she said in a rhetorical tone as she settled down against a stump to watch the road. I only nodded, still trying to sort out my thoughts. Sitting up, she leaned in and asked, "So what is the secret?" For a moment I didn't know what she was talking about, but I remembered my joking reply. Shrugging, I admitted, "It's not a secret. I'm sure the nobles know it. The more your skills overlap, the easier it is to raise them. A butcher with knife skills will have an easier time raising a skill focused on knife fighting, the same with cutting anything else. carpentry, tailoring, even the cutting of a healer, surgery. Each skill helps the other, at least in part. Nodding, she picked at her leather armor-covered knees she had tucked up next to her chin. So that's it. It doesn't help much then. It takes time to learn a new skill, and it's better just to improve your work-related skills, she said with certainty. Nodding along, I waited for her to finish the common refrain before I answered with the discovery of the skilled trainers. I also noticed the barely hidden bitter tone. I imagined she was concerned about her future trying to learn all the skills of nobility, skills very unlike what she had earned in her training in the North. The more skills you have, the easier it is to increase your skills. But it's also easier to gain skills that overlap. That got Snowy's attention. Skills were rare things and hard to gain. Everyone knew of someone who had spent years working hard to learn a skill and failed, while some young kid effortlessly managed to gain a skill for which they were well suited. The prevailing theory was that everyone had inborn and unchanging traits that influenced their likeliness of obtaining any particular skill. I could only smile smugly at the look of disbelief before I returned to watching the road. It would be annoying to keep an eye out all day, and the night would be cold to go along with it, but it was better than being run down by mounted soldiers on the road. Without looking at her, I continued. I've always thought that you only gain a skill when you show talent in that skill while thinking deeply about what you are doing. Glancing at Snowy, I noticed I had her full attention. There's long been debate about what makes a skill, how skills form, or if they have always existed. Take coopers, for example. I'm sure when the profession started, they were mostly just carpenters who had the carpentry skill. But now they are a different profession, and cooper is a skill on its own. My guess is that how we view the world, what we think of it, all of that, goes into the skills we gain. I can't prove it, but it makes sense to me. Before I could continue pontificating on my favorite subject and personal opinion about it, I snapped my mouth closed as the sound of hooves echoed from the road. The group of soldiers rode towards town at a reasonable clip. Their horses still looked fresh, and each rider was eyeing the edge of the way and the hills as they passed. I knew to hold still. It was easier for a trained hunter to notice movement and colors than a quiet human in the brush. Even so, I was kicking myself for not hiding a part of my face behind a tree while I waited. Mother once mentioned that humans see faces in gloom better than any other part of the body. I never did ask her how she knew that, but I could guess given her storied past. Silently, I counted the men as they passed. Without looking to Snowy, I reached out and placed one hand on her to hold her still. A few minutes after the leading group passed, another rider followed. This time their horse passed without even making a whisper. The hairs on my arm stood on end to watch a trained warhorse clop along while burdened with rider and gear, yet remain as silent as a mouse. Tense, we remained still, holding our position for a few minutes more before I stopped watching the road. It was then that I noticed my hand had been resting on Snowy's knee. Jerking my hand back, I flushed. I wasn't a blushing virgin, and I was not unfamiliar with the female form. But that meant little when you discover yourself intimately grasping someone you respect without realizing it. I would have blushed the same if it had been a man I had been holding tightly for almost 20 minutes. Maybe worse, in fact. Snowy seemed to find my embarrassment funny since she just smiled at my awkwardness, which took the sting out of my red face and cleared up any tension that might have developed. Fumbling around in her overflowing pack, Snowy removed a blanket and draped it over herself, then handed me a piece of jerky. Snowy let me know she planned to nap and would take first watch tonight, to which I nodded and gnawed on the meat. I pulled my knife and began to carve on a nearby stick to the sounds of gentle snoring. My training had been ignored of late, and we needed to wait until the next day anyway. Half a day to practice my carving would be time well spent. The woods around the road had fewer monsters, but as the beast from the meadow showed, it was by no means safe. We would have a cold and uncomfortable night, but it was the next day where we had to plan for what the city had in store for us. Chapter 11. Something tapped my foot twice, and my eyes snapped open from a dead sleep. For a brief moment, I thought I was back with my father, training in the field behind our house, sleeping in the small copse of trees. Mom would try and sneak up on whoever was keeping watch, and they would try and wake the other from sleep and prepare for the ambush. Father always tapped my foot to signal that I needed to awaken. It was rare that we managed to surprise Mother, and I'm pretty sure she let us win a few of our games just to keep our spirits up. The fog cleared when a second tap came from Snowy's foot. Keeping my movements slow and controlled, I reached out for the cocked and loaded crossbow that I left resting nearby. When my hand was on the handle, I focused on trying to hear whatever had alerted Snowy. Coming from up the hill away from the road was the sound of multiple creatures moving through the brush. Whatever they were not subtle or silent in the slightest. Then the scent of goblins wafted through on the breeze, and I almost rolled my eyes in annoyance. I knew better, but it was hard to take a pack of goblins seriously. Not that they couldn't kill a lone or a pair of travelers, they could. It was just that with even a bit of training, they were easy enough to handle. Short, no taller than an average man's waist, green and scrawny, they resembled a particularly ugly child. Feral and working in packs, they attacked nearly anything they could get their hands on, beat on it until it died, and then swarmed and ate it. The strategy worked well if you let them breed and build up, but a single hunting group consisted of 3 to 5 and were easy to handle. Their primary advantage in the forest was the ability to see in near darkness, which was the only reason I didn't stand, remaining on the ground as I prepared to kill the ugly bastards. We only had to wait for another few seconds before one of the goblins decided that they were close enough, and it was time to attack. Abandoning his pathetic version of stealth, the monster screamed a high-pitched war cry. It charged only to eat my crossbow bolt directly in his thin chest. I had plenty of time to throw off my blanket, line up my shot, and kill the green monster. If I had left the bolts closer to where I was sleeping, I might have reloaded the crossbow and fired again. These were not the best hunters of even the goblin tribes. Likely this was why they were searching near the road, scavenging the refuse of merchants and ambushing lone travelers. 2 more goblins charged in the wake of their downed partner as blood gurgled in his lungs, and he clutched feebly at the bolt that bloomed from his naked chest. I was surprised to see another 3 charging from the side and approaching Snowy. I wasn't particularly worried, but it was odd to see 6 in a hunting group. My confidence was almost my undoing. I broke one of the cardinal rules of using a new skill, and it was only a lucky dodge that kept a crude dagger from stabbing into my groin. During the entire approach of the goblin, I prepared to use my meditation skill instead of unsheathing my sword and defending. I wanted to slip into that world of silent focus and sluggish movements. With practice, that skill would allow me to develop my skills in ways like nothing else. I was so convinced that I could use the skill and that I was in no danger, that when I failed to activate the skill, I was caught flat-footed with what I am sure was a stupid look of surprise on my face. The jolt of adrenaline from almost becoming a eunuch was the missing ingredient that allowed the odd floating sensation of meditation to wash over me. Even with the small beast so close, I seemed to have all the time in the world to pull my sheathed knife and slide the blade along the inner wrist of the creature that nearly stabbed me. I took care to keep my movements slow and graceful, spending most of my time in the odd slowed world to line up each blow instead of trying to drive my body to move faster than it could handle. The moment I felt the tip of the blade pull from the green flesh, I turned my wrist and drove the blade across the creature's neck. This was proof that even with the seemingly infinite time to consider, I still needed more when the spurt of blood squirted from the wound and directly onto my clothing and face. Resisting the urge to gag from the fetid discharge, I stepped around my falling prey and struck out at my next attacker. It took 2 simple slices to kill the final unarmed goblin. I idly noticed that this one was female as I turned to assist Snowy. These 3 were attacking Snowy with crude spears, trying to harry her from 3 sides while she moved her blade in a swirl of metal blocking their attacks. Lining up on one of the goblins, I flipped my knife into the air, catching the blade in midair as the weapon seemed to float in front of me like a log on a gentle river. I cocked my arm back slightly and let fly, and utterly missed. My weapon flew in a nearly straight line. It arced over the leftmost goblin's head. Judging my strength and speed in this strange, slowed world would take many hours. I had relied on my muscle memory and practice, but it was hopelessly wrong, given my altered state. So began one of the oddest fights I had ever experienced. I walked forward, slowly plodding along, my legs seeming to stomp exaggeratedly as I approached the foot of my bedroll and my sword. While I nearly crawled in place, Snowy riposted a jab from one goblin and drove the tip of her sword through another's eye socket. Reaching down as I moved forward, I snagged the strap of the sword sheath and tugged to launch it into an upward arc. Snagging the blade's handle, nearly fumbling it with the odd movements, I thumbed off the loop of leather holding the blade in place. 2 more steps brought me close to the fight, while Snowy ended both goblins through brute force and clever swordsmanship. Slicing through the thin branch of one spear, Snowy slapped away the other goblin's thrust and then struck out at the other goblin. Striking the short green brute across the temple with the flat of her blade, she twisted her wrist and stabbed forward into the other. The goblin she struck across the skull crumpled at her feet, and she casually stabbed through its chest while it lay unconscious. At the end of the threat, I suddenly found myself returning to the sped-up world that I was used to and cursing my idiotic attempt to use a skill I had only just gained. I knew better, but that difference between the world of meditation and the ordinary world was so stark that I had been enticed to ignore my common sense. "You missed Josh," Snowy said with a playful smile to take the sting out of it. I shrugged as I moved past her to beat the bushes and look for my knife. "Never got throwing or knife throwing. I tried, but it never gelled for me," I said while I hunched over and pushed bushes out of the way. Snowy said something behind me while searching the goblins, but I missed it, given the distance between us and the sound of my blood pounding in my ears as I was hunched over. "What?" I asked after I finally found my knife and cleaned it to put it away. "Oh," I said with aim like that, I wouldn't be throwing my only weapon at hand while an enemy was attacking. I nodded at that, then tried to work out how to explain my mistake without making it clear that my idiocy was even worse than just being bad at throwing, skill or no skill. Snowy was quickly done searching the goblins, being armed with crude weapons of stone, and only wearing loincloths made it a quick affair. Looking around at the sky, I tried to work out the time and figured it was some time in the early morning before dawn. We had maybe a few more hours before when we planned to wake, but my inability to activate my skill would be plaguing my mind and wouldn't let me go back to sleep. "Hey, if you want to catch a couple of hours before we head out, you can." "I need to work through the fight and why my skill didn't work," I said, hoping that she would ignore the obvious question. "I thought you were using your skill?" she asked, my offer ignored in favor of the obvious question. I shrugged again before I could halt the motion. Mother had often berated me for the movement, which gave away my embarrassment. Also because she said I was too much of a non-verbal communicator when I did that. Good for acting, bad for interpersonal interactions. That was one reason I preferred my skill training. Nice and simple. Do the work, gain the skill. But then that was partly why I was feeling lonely. I was hiding away too often, this kind of thing was why, and if I didn't break the habit, it would only become more ingrained. Sighing, I squeezed my eyes shut before turning around to face Snowy again, letting the fake smile fade from my face. I couldn't activate my new skill when I was attacked. The goblin almost gutted me. Then I was able to use it, but when I threw my knife, everything felt odd. I'm going to have to work hard to figure this skill out, I said while trying to keep the wincing off my face. I didn't like to admit failure or lack of ability, and I was sure that Snowy could see how uncomfortable I was. Grabbing her pack, Snowy looked away from me as she started to pack her bag. Without looking at me, she said, "Well, we could try and figure it out while we hike. It's going to be boring enough moving through the brush here. I figure it's going to take another day if we stay on the forest trails to reach the farms. We don't want to be on the road in case they come back." Even looking away from me, I could feel my face going red. I hated to feel incompetent, despite being obvious that I wouldn't know the intricacies of a new skill the moment I gained it. Not having Snowy sneering at me made it easier to deal with the feeling. I even understood why I felt the way I did. It was hard not to feel incompetent when you were trained by some of the best in the kingdom and failed to match their abilities. Not that Father expected me to be able to handle 20 weapons at a master level as he could, but it had been hard to convince the younger me of that. It was worse with Mother. She wasn't able to explain all that she could do. Her talents were a combination of skills and natural ability. Our camp fell into silence as we packed our bags and prepared to continue the hike in the forest. This time I didn't plan to carry the crossbow cocked and ready as I had the day before. It was easy enough to keep from accidentally firing the crossbow while on the flat road. Still, with the forest's root and brush-covered paths, it was a recipe for disaster. Accidentally shooting Snowy would only cement my incompetence. Almost half an hour of silent hiking passed before Snowy surprised me by stomping her foot and turning to face me. "What did I do?" Snowy asked with a hurt look. I remained frozen for a moment with a confused look on my face before Snowy grumbled and turned back to continue along the trail in a stomp. After a few steps, without me following, she kicked a bush and turned back to face me. "Well." Scratching my head, I stared at the obviously upset woman and tried to figure out what she was mad about. I'm sorry I couldn't kill more of the goblins. I didn't mean to screw up, but I just don't know how meditation works yet," I said, hoping that was why she was angry. I felt like a small child apologizing over a mistake. For a brief moment, I no longer felt like a man who had completed his apprenticeship, nor like the failing apprentice that I often had to pretend to be. It was something about trying to become friends with the young woman, letting her past my guard and behind my mask, that left me vulnerable. Snowy looked at me with a pitying look, her face telling me clearly that I did not understand what I had done wrong. Just as clearly, it said she was not willing to explain it either. Shaking her head, she smiled at me as she said, "Mother said that men can be idiots over the silliest things at times." This seemed to be the end of the discussion, since the air of anger and embarrassment was suddenly gone, and the hike continued. Chapter 12. It was odd how angry silence was so distinct from comfortable silence. Snowy wasn't skipping along the goblin trail, but she was far more energetic than she had been. Snowy had track and scout. Though at Tier 1 and at a low level both were skills I lacked, so it wasn't surprising that she noticed the return of the mercenaries before I did. I had reverted to thinking about meditation while hiking, being lost in my mind, as my parents called it, so I missed the subtle signs. To be fair, I probably wouldn't have noticed them from the distance and height even if I had been paying attention. The first I knew about it, Snowy was pulling me down and behind cover. This wasn't the first time she had done it during our walk. She had noticed each merchant or peasant on the trail before I had as well. "They're the mercenaries. Look, the one on the wagon, the one pretending to be drunk." "That's the leader," she said. Squinting to avoid the sun that had just crested the hills, I tried to make out the face of the man in the wagon, but it was hidden by a jug he kept close. When I sent a questioning look to Snowy, she gave me an annoyed one in turn. "Look at the horses," she hissed in my ear, arm still firmly planted on my shoulder. Staring, at first, I didn't know what she had seen, but I quickly spotted it as the band of merchants slowly trundled past. The horses pulling the wagon, as well as the mounts for the guards, were all well-groomed. None were the typical nag or workhorse. They didn't have a single donkey or mule, and the horses pulling the wagon lacked blinders. The merchant troop was all male and more well-formed and hardy men. Not a lame leg, bent back, crossed eye, or paunch in the group. Every last one of them was eyeing the road and the hills. This wasn't a merchant's group traveling over the mountain in trade. Worse, there were at least double the number of men in this troop than had passed us the night before. Whoever wanted us dead had both money and men and was willing to spend them for just the two of us. Silently, we nodded to each other and waited behind our cover, watching to be sure we didn't alert any stragglers. After a tense 20 minutes of watching the road, Snowy turned to me. "We can make it to the edge of the forest, but then we will have to wait until my father sends out the garrison. They could have people watching the fields and will be too visible on the plains. If we had horses, we might be able to gallop into the city, but I wouldn't want to risk it," she said. Before I could agree, a gentle cough and a voice from behind startled both of us. "Yeah, that could work." Sitting no more than 10 paces behind us was a weathered old man wearing hunting leathers dyed with dark browns and greens. He was also absolutely covered in daggers. The leather hunting clothes were well patched and subtly hid metal reinforcing. The armor said this man had seen fighting. His blades were of many different sizes and types, each blackened to hide their metallic glint. Small throwing daggers lined the sides of his well-tightened coat. Longer knives ran along his forearms for a downward double draw, and even his leather peasant cap had small bits of metal that I was sure could be thrown. The real concern was his age. Weathered and raw-boned, the man looked like smoked and cured leather. Father had a saying for fighters: "The young fight with their guts, the leaders fight with their heads, and the veterans fight with skill." When he said it, you could hear the emphasis on the capital letter S for a young man to become a veteran. He had to gain at least a few weapon skills and master them. Mastering any skill took a long time. Given the daggers, short blades, and throwing knives strapped to him, I could guess what he specialized in. That he had snuck up on us while we had been so tense and quiet made it clear he had stealth of some kind to go with his weapon skill. Our silent surprise broke when the man spat to the side, then drew a triplet of knives from each side of his coat. Snowy and I both reached for weapons but weren't fast enough to react as the man stood and threw his weapons. My attempt to lever my crossbow up was aborted when the man launched his blades. His knives streaked up the hill, then down the trail. To our surprise, the knives made almost no sound, but the meaty thunks of the blades impacting one after the other came with the sound of bodies dropping. Ignoring both of us, the man walked through the brush with hardly a noise as we watched. Stepping around a rock, he pulled a blood-smeared dagger from a goblin body. Shaking the remains at us good-naturedly, he continued to retrieve his weapons. The scariest part of his display was the fact the daggers arced around the boulders and trees and hit the goblins in hiding. I had seen similar levels of weapon skills, but never in a ranged attacker who also had stealth like this one. My guess was that he had skills for tracking or some kind of hunting skill, possibly one of the darker variants like Manhunter. "Well now, your pa sent me out here to look for you." "Lots of them damn gobs out here, though," the man said with a slow, uneducated drawl. Despite the way he spoke, his eyes had a sparkle of intellect that said he enjoyed being underestimated. My father sent you to hunt for us. He never mentioned a hunter of your description, Snowy said while drawing herself upright and towering over the shorter hunter. I, sensibly enough to my thinking, remained silent and watched the man. I doubted he wanted to attack us. If he wanted to, he could have, but that didn't mean I planned to trust him. Sniffing, the man turned to check the bodies for loot while casually wiping off the knife with a loincloth. Being ignored didn't sit well with Snowy, but I couldn't say I was surprised by the man's response. It must have seemed like a kitten snarling at a bear. "You don't say much, do you?" he asked, his gray eyes staring at me as he dropped the last corpse, finding nothing on their remains. I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't resist. The man reminded me of the trainers my father had hired. Instead of answering his question, I just flashed him a bright, exaggerated smile, goofy and over the top, then shrugged. Dropping the silly grin, I returned to watching his movements as he approached. To my silent sass, all he did was snicker and shake his head. His body language said he was used to dealing with snot-nosed kids, and I would just be one more. My actual age didn't really come into it. My father probably would still seem wet behind the ears to him. After traveling down the path for a few steps in the direction we had been heading, he smoothly turned and walked backward and asked, "Well, you want to go home or not? I get paid either way, but I think your pa would be annoyed if I didn't make an effort," before turning back around and continuing. There wasn't a debate about what we should do. This guy could have killed us at any point, and we wouldn't have seen it coming any more than the goblins did. He seemed to know the Baron and had a plan. "So who are you?" Snowy asked. Snagging a blade of grass while walking, he stuck it in his mouth before answering the question. "Name's Mason. I used to be a cutter for your pa back when he needed wet work. Retired on about 8 years now, got me a nice bit of land at the edge of the forest, and I do odd jobs for now and again." "You know, you're just as pretty as your mom," the man said, the non sequitur throwing Snowy off her stride. I was just watching how the man walked, the way he seemed to glide over the ground, how he would shift his stance as his foot took his weight. It was awkward and odd-looking to watch, but if I hadn't been looking for it, I might not have noticed. Definitely at a minimum stealth, possibly a more restricted version like Forest Walk or Forester, but given his clear combat experience, I doubted it. I wasn't particularly interested in the conversation that meandered between war stories and his time in the North, but his movements and skills. Oh yes, that I was interested in. Not that I thought I could learn them just by watching, but it was always possible. "So what combat skill do you have, boy?" Mason surprised me by asking, drawing me out of my internal musings. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked to hide my surprise. Mason smiled at me. His mouth was full of shining white teeth, which was jarring in someone both old and a combat veteran. "I watched you two pick off the other hunting party. Been thinning the herd of the green rats for days. You got you a combat skill, not good at it none, but you got it," he said. Both of us went silent at that. We hadn't seen Mason the entire time we were hiking, but he had seen us. What exactly was his rank in stealth? How many levels? At our silence, he just flashed a smile at Snowy and continued blithely on. "Well, ain't no never mind to me. I get my stipend by helping solve your pa's problems, and this seems to be a problem for your pa, so I'm going to solve it. I've got an old wagon at the homestead. We'll throw you in the back of it, and off to town we go." This seemed to be the end of the discussion for Mason, and neither Snowy or I had a better plan. Walking along behind the old man, thin limbs still moving with speed and confidence, we walked through the forest and down a few switchbacks to the plains. When we reached the edge of the forest, he kept us walking through a well-concealed pathway in the trees. We passed 3 farms and finally came to a small cabin just out of sightline from the farms. Stomping up the old wooden steps to his cabin, the old man slipped in, then slammed the door before we could follow him. Seconds after, he was out again and covered with a ratty cloak that hid him down to his knees. Worn, with the blue dye faded to a muddled gray, the cloak was as much a full-body disguise as any of my own creations. Mason ignored our looks and moved around to a small, covered area behind the cabin. Protected by the sturdy wooden overhang was a well-built wagon. The wagon was overflowing with pelts, stacked nearly to the top of the rails. "Well, come on then, snuggle in," Mason said with a smirk as we looked at the layers of skins that were only partially treated. Chapter 13. It was almost laughable how easy it was for Mason to get us back into the city. A few hours hiding under the stinking fur covers, and we were rolling up to the gate. The sound of annoyed peasants surrounded us as we approached the entrance. Which made no sense. The gate guards could barely be bothered to do their job when a wagon train came in, let alone individual travelers. But we spent more than 20 minutes just waiting to enter the city. When our cart reached the gateway, the guard called out for his sergeant, and then we were moving through town at a fair clip with a mounted escort. What followed was an odd sight that I would have liked to enjoy. The mounted guards surrounded the wagon and acted as an honor guard for a load of stinking furs. Although Snowy was probably safe now, neither Snowy nor I pulled ourselves out of the pelts. After having a mercenary band after us, we were taking no chances, and an arrow from a cross street was still a possibility. We had to get Snowy into the keep where the avenues of attack were better covered. When we finally reached the keep and crawled out, it was quickly apparent that something was wrong. While I followed Snowy further into the keep, the guards made an effort to avoid my gaze. Suddenly, everyone was busy looking somewhere else. They didn't seem upset or ashamed. I wasn't worried that we were walking into an ambush or anything. But I had a sinking feeling that my secret was out. Following behind Mason, Snowy, and Sergeant Baker, I noticed the number of guards stationed within the keep. The main pathways of the keep had at least one guard. The sound of the Baron's voice was booming through the keep, and as we approached the Baron's private study, it became clear. "I don't care, find her," shouted the Baron before Sergeant Baker opened the door. Behind his desk, the Baron slumped at the sight of Snowy and relaxed as he gestured the captain of the guard away. Before he could make his escape, the Baron told him to guard the door. Once the guards left, the Baron rose from his chair and gave his daughter a gigantic hug. Mason snickered from the sight as the two of us sat, while Snowy tried to calm the Baron. I had a feeling that the Baron would want to talk to me. I wanted to escape any further entanglements, but I had little hope. While Snowy grabbed an oversized chair that looked to be the Baron's favorite resting place, the Baron returned to sitting behind his desk. I could see the moment that the Baron had regained his stability, the subtle routine of rubbing the armrest seeming to soothe him. Facing Mason, he coughed before he said, "Grandmaster Mason, I thank you for getting them back." Snowy and I both jumped in surprise at the title. A Grandmaster was a rare thing. Most kingdoms wouldn't recognize someone as a Grandmaster without the skill being a high tier as well as a high skill level. Grandmaster cooks were exclusive to kings. Grandmaster smiths made weapons that were the pride of noble lines for generations. A Grandmaster combatant was a one-man army. Quickly, Mason pointed at both of us. "No one should be hearing about that, you hear me?" We nodded in agreement. I could understand Mason's want of privacy, and I would be the last to spread it around. Though I would make an effort to see if I could get some training from the man. A Grandmaster was too rare to not at least try to learn from. Rubbing his forehead, the Baron then turned to me and sighed. "Mr. Still, I am sorry to say that your secret is out." I nodded calmly. My guess about the looks was correct, though this was one time I would have been happy to be wrong. The communication scroll was stolen from my desk. One of the maids is missing, but I doubt that she had anything to do with it. I expect poor Millie is lying in a shallow grave somewhere, said the Baron. Snowy leaned forward in her chair, catching the Baron's attention. The communication scroll said that there had been an assassination attempt. We were ambushed on the way back. We killed the ambushers and made camp to deal with our minor injuries. Joshua used a charm to protect our camp from prying eyes. A group of mercenaries passed us the next day. On the way back, they passed on the road twice. What happened here while they were searching for us? Snowy asked. Raising his eyebrow at this, the Baron called for the captain of the guard. While Snowy described the mercenaries, and especially their horses, the Baron was rubbing his chin in thought. Once the captain had the description, the Baron sent him off to try and capture them, though none of us had much hope. By now, it was likely they had someone watching for Snowy, and the guards weren't exactly subtle with their honor guard. The Baron frowned before he answered. Someone poisoned my wine, so that was true enough. Though I didn't find out that the scroll was missing until I went looking for it to call you back. Someone burned the scroll around noon yesterday. They probably thought we were near the hunting mansion and hoped that burning it would give us away, I said. While the three of us nodded in worry, Mason pulled out a dagger and started to pick his teeth with it, which couldn't have been an effective toothpick, but I'm sure he was just trying to show his lack of care for the subject. I began, not to be disrespectful, sir, but there is still the matter of my pay and the compensation for my secret. We both know I won't use the punishment option within the contract. Not just because I respect Snowy, I mean Snow in Blood. Then stumbled for a second with my use of Snowy's nickname. To my concern, the moment I said my nickname for her, the Baron gave me a narrow-eyed look. I think this was the moment he realized that he sent his unwed daughter into the forest alone with a young man. Mason just smiled at the awkward pause, and I could see a sick enjoyment on his wrinkled face, the smile split by his dagger toothpick spreading even wider. Giving me a frown, one that became deeper when Snowy tried to hide her smile, the Baron continued. Your home was damaged. I've ordered it repaired. It was mostly furniture and the like. I spent quite a lot of money getting Mr. Carton to retire here as a favor to your parents. I'm sorry to say that the evil bastard served his purpose. I started to speak, but the Baron waved me back. No, I know the things he did before he retired. He was an unrepentant evil bastard. Let it go. Leave it to say a great many dead are now avenged with his death. The only reason I didn't order him killed was he served a purpose and he committed no crimes on my lands. No, the real issue is your secret. Fixing your home is cheap in comparison. I've already ordered the carpenters to work. Watching my face, the Baron stood and removed something from his desk, then seated himself and handed it to me. Here, this should do it, the Baron said with a satisfied smile. Breaking the seal and then unrolling the scroll, I was surprised to see it was an official writ of support. I was now the barony's official skill trainer. I was now the Right Honorable Master Skill Trainer, Joshua Still. The writ went on to say I had official support in my duties, the right to a certain number of guards for my guild hall, my alchemy shop, and a low mark of nobility. It wasn't an inheritable title of nobility, it was assigned to my skill rank and any apprentice I should train and promote in my place. Though I did notice this came with taxes for the title, and it tied me to the Baron. According to this writ, while I would be shielded from overt actions while in the barony, it would be unlikely to protect me from subtle attacks. This also meant the Baron could reserve my time and effort at a small discount for his own service. I stared at the writ for a few minutes, trying to work out the positives and negatives of the deal. There were other minor factors, like a small tithe the Baron would owe me for upkeep and improvement to my shop, a minimum service per year from the Baron to ensure I always had some work. This also made sure he had the first right to my assistance, as well as a small bonus for services already rendered, and so on. Closing my eyes, I pressed at the contract spell, and the magic agreed that this was at least equivalent to the value I had placed on my secret, and the relative fault the Baron had in my secret being exposed. Frankly, it felt as much like a leash as a pot of gold. As far as I was aware, no skilled trainer openly practiced anywhere in the kingdom. This could be just what I needed to improve my skills further. Who knew what kind of cross-training this could offer me? There had never been a Grandmaster teacher or trainer as far as I knew. Given enough time and working openly, this could be what made that possible. Rolling up the scroll, I tied tight the ribbons and slipped the manuscript under my arm. "Very well, sir. I agree." The Baron smiled at me in a way I wasn't comfortable with, and that reminded me that nobles always had an agenda. "Excellent. I am now invoking the dire needs by line of your writ. I require your services to train my guards in resistance skills. The assassin was working for Baron Mard, and I'm going to want them trained to march in the cold so I can knock his bloody head off," he said with a savage smile. Mason laughed at my predicament, but his laughter cut short when the Baron let him know that he was being conscripted as well. "Mard wants my land. His land borders mine, and bandits have been coming across the border for years now. If Snow in Blood and I had died, he could have swooped in to restore order against banditry. I'm not sure how the mercenaries connected Master still with this. If it was one of your former customers, then I'll let you know so you can apply corrective actions," the Baron said. I could only agree with that. Whoever had leaked my secret had endangered my life as well as Snow's. The Baron would obviously give me carte blanche to do what I wanted to them in turn. Chapter 14. My home wasn't as damaged as I expected. The Baron hadn't been joking that a carpenter would be needed. The front door had been kicked in, and it was likely only the guard standing at the entrance kept the gangs from stripping the place bare. Interestingly, the attic, my room, was in good condition. It looked like someone opened the door, checked if anyone was in the cramped room, and left when they didn't find anyone. Beyond the broken door, only a single chair was broken downstairs. All of the furniture had been overturned, and the house had generally been tossed, but I was guessing that was the local gangs checking to see if they could find any coins. The broken chair in the center of the room made it clear what happened. Drops of blood and splatters surrounded it, and the rug was severely stained. This was likely where they interrogated Carton. Running my hands through my hair, I grabbed the chair and rug and turned to haul them outside and into the alley, but I dropped them in surprise when I found Grandmaster Mason standing behind me. I managed to avoid shouting in surprise, but only barely. "You should get Detect Presence. Pretty useful," he said, though he wagged his gray-haired head side to side for a second before he continued. "Well, usually anyway." While Mason looked around my home, I tried to return my heart rate to a reasonable pace. "Grandmaster Mason," I began before he shot me a look and then looked to the wall that hid the guard outside. Lowering my voice slightly, I continued, "Mason, how can I help you?" Mason walked past me, hopped and spun lightly in midair, then landed seated on the table so that he was facing me. "We might be able to help each other," he said. I almost sat in the broken chair, bloody rug and drops and all, but at the last second I pushed it away and leaned against the wall instead. "Interesting how..." Before I could blink, Mason threw 4 daggers, one to each side of me, one above my head and another between my legs, the blades digging into the wall outlining me. He wasn't so fast that he could throw 4 daggers, one after the other, before I could react. Instead, he used his skills to throw 4 blades in one motion. I was frozen, the impacts of blades on wood fading away, but my heart was now louder than the impacts. "Not much for real combat, are ya?" he said with a white-toothed smile. Before I could explode in anger, he waved at me, the sudden motion making me flinch. "Relax, I was just proving my point. You've got some kind of skill that you can use in combat, but you ain't a combatant, that's clear. I'll help you become one, and in exchange, you act as a contact for me with the trainers. I'm looking for a protege to pass my skills onto, and I don't want to have to deal with sorting through shit throwers before I find 'em." Then he pinned me with a stare. "You take time to activate your skill. I can help you learn to do it quick-like. I ain't got a training skill, but I can throw things at you accurately. Dangerous things." My old captain always said that it was nothing like danger to focus the mind on a skill, and he was right, 'nough about that. Stepping away from the wall, I bit my lip as I considered Mason's offer. A simple letter sent through a few exchanges, and I could have the guild sorting through statuses and logbooks. Someone has to have recorded a log of a person with some kind of high-level or tiered throwing skill. It wasn't a common skill, but it also wasn't rare either. Deal. "I'll meet you at my shop tomorrow afternoon. We can train after I work on a few of the Baron's soldiers," I said. Nodding, Mason rose, pulled his knives from the wall in a smooth motion as he passed me and left. The eerie silence of his passage creepy when I could see him move. He was a light and agile man, but still, no one should be able to move like a silent shadow. It took me an hour of effort to throw out the bloody furniture and return the rest to a presentable state. The most annoying was Carton's bedroom, where someone had sliced open and thrown around the remains of his goose-down mattress. I hadn't even known the old man had owned something so extravagant. It must have cost him a fortune. Now that fortune was a disheveled bag of feathers rotting in the alley. Someone would snag even that waste and use it for something. If not, I would pay a waste collector to come and haul it off in a week or two. Cleaning my bedroom upstairs was relatively simple in comparison. Things were thrown around, but I didn't own a goose-down mattress. Even my coin stash was still there. While finishing up, the sound of hammering emanated from below. Sure enough, Elijah from down the street was putting in a door. From the multiple looks cast around the now fixed-up room, he was also trying to find his next bit of gossip. Not much I could do about it, but I was not happy about it either. Once the house was locked up again, I grabbed a chair and passed it to the guard standing next to my stoop. Eventually, I will have to talk to the sergeant about stationing my guard detail inside to reduce its obviousness. For now, like many of the other frustrations about this situation, I would just have to live with it. Returning upstairs, I triggered my passageway and climbed down into the basement. Even though I was the only one in the house, I maintained my usual silence. It was a part of my routine, and it was nice to keep something from being disrupted. In the basement, everything was as I left it, which caused me a pathetic bit of happiness. Sadly, I still had things I wanted to do tonight, and I would need space to do it. Pushing the central table into a corner, I carefully lifted the light but awkward shaving horse onto the table. The rearrangement left me with an open floor space of around 15 feet by 15 feet. Still a bit cramped for tumbling or many other physical pursuits, but for my plan, it should be fine. I pulled off my shirt and placed it on my desk. Practicing with encumbered clothing as well as naked would be part of my routine. Still, for now, I was expecting to work up a sweat. Grabbing one of my shaved and polished branches, the straight wood a substitute for a practice sword, I planted myself in the middle of my new practice area. Checking my breathing, I tried to focus and recreate the sensation of my body and mind switching into meditation. It was difficult, to say the least, to find the rhythm of meditation. Relaxed and calm, while also being prepared for physical action, a smooth flow of thoughts, but also focused on the exact sensation occurring at any moment. For long minutes I stood, breathing with my eyes closed. I knew that shifting into meditation was taking a long time, but also that there was no other way for me to reach the mental state than to wait and reach for it. The final key was a stray thought of the monster in the forest that I hadn't really seen. The whiff of dread strummed through my mind at the remembered terror unseen, but heard clicked my mind over the cliff and into meditation. I held my new mental state within a loose grip in the odd, drifting yet focused way. I spent what felt like a proverbial hour in my accelerated state standing and breathing, trying to tighten my mind's focus onto the sensation of meditation would disrupt the effect, while ignoring the flow of thoughts in my mind would have them slowly shift into disorder and without focus. Meditation was a balancing act where I was both the acrobat and the platform being balanced. Once my mind had reached a balanced state, I carefully brought my practice sword up into a ready stance. I was pretending this weapon was a short sword, so I precisely flowed into the movements of Ferdinand's first steps. The childishly named set of actions were designed to keep a swordsman who worked alone, limber and ready to dodge, strike, block, parry, riposte, and lunge against multiple opponents. This was both the simplest and also most often performed routine that I used to stay in practice. I had little use for the later routines, which were more commonly used. I was unlikely to work in a team or on a shield line. My blade work would likely be done in back alleys and against assassin teams once my guards' throats were slit. My body flowed around the movements, the practice weaving a small number of attacks into a large number of imaginary blocks and ripostes. Unlike most such routines, it focused more on the defensive side of swordsmanship rather than the aggressive movements. To truly practice Ferdinand's first steps, I would need other practice areas. The routine was useful on flat ground, but it shined in training on sloped terrain and in areas with obstruction. The point of the practice was to prepare yourself for unexpected attackers and less advantageous ground, something I had a keen interest in suddenly. It was hard to tell how long I practiced in the timeless feeling of meditation. I kept a keen eye out for the speed of my movements, working to make them smooth and aligned. I focused my efforts on the exact military perfect expression of body movement instead of my previous attempts to just ingraining the movements. With my drifting accelerated thought, I had all the time in the world for each step, each lunge, each strike or block to fit into perfect alignment. When my body dripped with sweat, I brought myself out of the last movement and drew my blade up before my eyes. The sword salute being a mental trigger to pull my mind and body out of my practice. And interestingly, I found myself drifting out of meditation as well. Saluting with the sword had once felt mocking or superfluous, but I now thought of it as a key to my mind, convincing it that practice and the threats were over, and unlocking my usually easily distracted thoughts. Wiping my hand over my forehead as the sweat dripped from my body, I noticed that my breathing was strangely unlabored. I turned to the skill messages that I had ignored during my practice. Mid-motion, I froze in shock, not just because of the number of increases, something wildly beyond my expectations but not unheard of when I was close to improving. Instead, I was in shock because of the last skill increase, which made little sense. Meditation has increased to 7. Swordsmanship has increased to 15. Teacher of skills has increased to 19. My sweat ran into my open mouth and I snapped it closed on the salty taste. I thought I knew everything there was to know about teacher of skills. It worked on multiple people, but it worked best if I could focus on a single student. It had never increased while I was personally practicing. As far as I was aware, it only worked when I trained someone else. Reinforcing that idea was that I would only increase my skill when teaching students. In fact, The Tier 2 increase itself came after a particularly insightful instruction to a customer. If it were possible to improve during personal training, it would have before this. But it just did. My stomach's grumble, demanding food in payment for my strenuous exercise, brought me out of my thoughts. I cleaned up as best I could, opening hidden air vents to clear out the sweaty workroom, then climbed my ladder to return to the rest of the house. I would cook myself something to eat, then think long and hard about what this skill-up meant. If I could indeed improve my teacher of skills skill while in meditation, the odd combination of skills allowing me to focus on my actions as both teacher and student, well, the possibilities were staggering. I loved to help others gain skills. It was likely why I had developed teacher of skills in the first place. But there was one thing I enjoyed almost as much, gaining and improving my skills. Chapter 15. Despite my eagerness to continue playing with my skills, I had a job to do. The next morning, I grabbed a small rind of cheese and some bread to snack on as I stepped out of my house. I waved at the lookout for the local gang. I would have to pay my protection money again soon. Giving a wave as I passed would keep them from thinking I was planning to skip out on paying. Next time I paid the gang, I'd throw in a bit extra to get them to keep an eye out at the shop for any other watchers, as well as a bonus for info on anyone who asked questions. They would still sell me out. I'm not naive enough to think otherwise, but letting them know I wanted the information as well would let me know if someone got curious. Hopefully. Stopping off at the dock, I hired a wagon man for the morning. We stopped at the rear of the shop to load. Triggering the magical unlock mechanism, I pulled the double-wide back door open. I pointed out the parts of the metal contraption I wanted to be loaded, while I gnawed on my cheese rind and bread. It took almost an hour to load up the stacked pig iron construction into the back of the wagon, and another 20 minutes to haul it up to the fortress. The wagon man was drawn up short at the fort when the guard waved us to a stop. "What's this now?" the guard demanded as he snagged his halberd that had been resting against the wall. "Delivering for this one, then," said the wagoner as I hopped off the back of the cart and approached the guard. At the sight of me, the guard sneered, but he waved us through. Seemed the rumor mill had gotten around to everyone finding out how I had been lying. Fun times. I could already guess the kind of annoyance this training was going to cause. The back half of the mustering hall was paved with stone and had an inner courtyard with an overhanging inner wall. It wasn't the best place to set up my gear, even if it was charmed to resist rusting. I wasn't eager to leave it outside. But I doubted I would have much choice in the matter. Looking around, none of the guards seemed interested in my work. I would do what I wanted until the Baron said otherwise, and if they didn't like it, they could take it up with him. The wagoner was paid to load and unload, so I leaned against the palisade wall and watched him unload the heavy metal construction. While I watched, I considered how I could make this training less frustrating. This contraption was one of my most often used devices. It was custom built to make it safe and effective at what it did, but there was still a modicum of risk involved. Worse, I could just see the device being accidentally damaged one late night by a grumpy guard. It would be difficult to destroy the giant construction of metal, but it wouldn't be impossible, especially considering that a guard would be more likely to have a destructive skill than your average merchant. I rubbed my chin as I considered. Well, there was one option that always worked with guards. Once the wagoner was tapping his horse's back and trundling out of the fort, I began to assemble the device. 4 metal feet rose to a flat plate of metal that slanted forward. The platform was soon surrounded by a metal box, and a metal seat was placed inside the box on a slanted groove. The door on the front of the box opened downward, and on each inner surface was a metal plate switch that connected to a front weight that would tip the seat forward and out of the box. Anyone sitting in the box when it was folded inward could escape by merely pressing on any surface. Doing so would cause the box to open outward like a blooming flower and tip the seated person forward and away from the device. If I had been fully awake in the morning, I could have grabbed the ruined mattress of goose down feathers for the inevitable falls. Typically, when training someone using this device, I would remove the switch panels from the inside. Then I would lock down the outer structure with metal pins so it couldn't open, and attach the manacles to the interior. It was almost always easier to force someone to develop a skill if they had no option to escape the machine. When I used it for my own training, I left it in its current condition. Unfortunately, I had long outstripped the extent of the enchantments on the device, and I had been waiting for a few well-paying customers before commissioning the upgrade. A few of the guards were eyeballing me while I was setting everything up, and I knew that once it was done, someone would send for the captain of the guard. The Baron let him know as I left the day before that I was going to be training his men to be able to handle rough road conditions when he called for a campaign. Sure enough, when I leaned against the wall and started on the last of my bread, one of the guards disappeared into the inner hall. A few minutes later, the captain approached me. "Mr. Still," I cringed at the use of my actual name. "The Baron has put me in charge of training my men in," he began before I cut him off. "No, Captain, he did not," I said while pushing off of the wall at the captain's approach. My blunt refusal to accept his authority seemed to surprise the captain. I doubted that many men had ever talked that way to him. He was large, maybe 6'3" or so, and made of muscle. He reminded me of the Baron, and I would guess that height and size were something he respected. I wasn't anywhere near his size in either height or bulk. I was strong enough, but my body ran towards speed and precision over mass. "Mr. Still, I am in charge of the guards, and I will decide how they are trained," the captain said as he tried to loom over me. "Good. Then could you send one of your men to get a wagon, man? I'll just pack up my equipment and head home." "You can explain to the Baron why I'm not training his men," I said with a smile. This wasn't how the captain was expecting this to go. He was expecting me to bend to his bluster, and then he could order me around. That wasn't going to happen. I didn't plan or even want to boss the captain around, but he wasn't going to be ordering me around either. There was no need for conflict, but men like the captain didn't see things like that. "The Baron has ordered you to train these men?" the captain shouted as two of his men braced to attention on either side of him, their weapons so casually pointing more in my general direction. "Yet you just told me that you would be deciding how to train them. Either the Baron wants me to do it, or he wants you to." "If it's me, it'll be with my knowledge, skill, and tools," I said while not budging an inch. I hoped it was clear what the unsaid alternative was in my statement. Everyone knew how to develop a skill roughly enough. It came down to practice, but that skilled trainers were better at it was also well known. All kinds of skills could help someone else develop a skill. Most professions had them. For the guard, weapon trainer came to mind, but only the skilled trainers had gone so far into training the otter skills that the Baron wanted. With a snarl, the captain turned and pointed at Sergeant Baker, who was watching from the inner courtyard. At the sergeant's approach, I tried for stoic, but I wasn't sure how well I managed. "As I understand it, you know Sergeant Baker. He has been put on punishment detail because of security leaks, and so he will be your liaison while you train the Baron's men. He will solve your problems and answer your questions," the captain said as he marched away, leaving me with the annoyed sergeant. Ouch. Lots of thorns in those orders. Nothing much I could to do about it, though. "Good morning, Sergeant Baker. I want you to know that I did not enjoy the subterfuge that was forced onto me due to my profession. My choice was to lie to you or risk assassination from the Mage Guild. I'm sure you can understand my position, yes," I asked quickly. The older guard huffed and grumbled, his mustache moving around his face like an angry caterpillar, but eventually he nodded and seemed to let it go. I wasn't fooled into thinking that he had forgiven me, but he was at least pretending for the sake of his work. Walking with me around the large metal contraption, he stared at it while rubbing his chin. When I stopped at the front, he turned to me and silently turned up an eyebrow in question. The eyebrow was how I knew he was annoyed with me still. He was usually far more talkative. It was when he went silent that you knew that things had turned sour. "This, Sergeant, is my resistance box. I've used it myself, and with a bit of coaxing, the men can gain both heat resistance and cold resistance. With a bit of work, they might be able to gain something like hardy or even tough. Though we should focus on cold resistance first," I began as the sergeant took another loop around the contraption. "Sergeant," I said with emphasis as I held his gaze, to show that I meant no harm, "let me make a suggestion. I plan to turn this into a bit of a competition. Don't bet against me." The sergeant passed a look over me, and then a crafty look came into the sergeant's gaze. I could see the wheels turning in his head as some plan formed to pick up some coin. "So how's this works then?" he asked, far more interested in the proceedings. "If someone puts their hand on this plate here or here, they can push mana into the device to start it up. This rune is for cold, this one for heat," I said while pointing to the respective runes. "Then all they need to do is remain seated while the inside of the box changes in temperature. I will guide them through visualization exercises to improve their chances of earning a resistance skill instead of dealing with the temperature differently. If they pass out, they will slump and hit a plate, and the device will shut down as they are dumped out," I said while slapping an inner plate to demonstrate the device's collapse. "I've also had a rune of nurse's blessing enchanted onto the seat to help, but it's the weakest rune on the device. I wouldn't want to risk my life to it," I said while tapping the rune situated on the seat. I had that rune added when a particularly delicate part of my anatomy had frozen to the seat, and the tumble had torn off the first layer of skin. I was far more careful about how I situated myself in the device while naked now, though that wouldn't become a concern again until I could adjust to an updated device. At the moment, the device wasn't able to reach a low enough temperature to cause me problems. I first learned self-awareness while sitting in the enclosed seat, so I had a strange love-hate relationship with the device. It was truly a versatile bit of equipment. "Well, Sergeant, what do you say we get a troop over to try the icebox, and we see who wants to bet on how long they last?" I said to his matching grin. Chapter 16. Usually, I would find it hard to keep from smiling at this point. Mother said it was why I would never make a good actor. It took an effort for me to keep playing the part when I was winning. I was always aware that I was playing a role and why. My mother, on the other hand, was able to completely engross herself in the role, which is what made her such a capable spy, conman, and thief. Also a merchant, but she never really enjoyed it. Not enough lying or the thrill of being caught. Trade just offered the chance at money, which was always just a locked box away if she needed it. Interestingly enough, meditation seemed to help with my smiling issue. It shouldn't have surprised me. It left me introspective and my emotions muted. It would probably make it more challenging to act when I needed to seem frightened, mad, or any time I needed to project a strong emotion. But to hide them, meditation was perfect. It also left me drifting in thought as the subjective hours in slow time crawled by. While meditation improved my focus, it also stretched my perception of time out so that it was oddly hard to maintain my attention as well. Of course, the ice forming on my mostly naked body was amazingly effective at bringing me back to the moment. Cold resistance was a basic resistance skill. It didn't offer any interesting secondary effects. There was no apparent magic involved. Despite the seeming blandness of the skill, I could still tell that something was circulating through my body to allow the effect to work. It wasn't mana. The feeling of mana moving through my body was something I was well acquainted with by now. But while I could detect this something moving through me in an endless cycle, affecting it was apparently beyond me. I focused on my cold resistance skill to see if I could glean anything from its description. I doubted it hadn't changed from what I remembered, but hope springs eternal. It was also useful to distract myself from the next 10 minutes of cold I would need to endure. 10 minutes that would feel like hours in my current mental state. Cold resistance, Tier 1, 44. The cold is a relentless foe that you have learned to resist. Passive effect. Effects of the cold on the body reduced by 22%. Effects of the cold on the mind reduced by 65%. Active trigger effect. Effects of cold on the body reduced by an additional 3% for the next 5 minutes. Effects of cold on the mind reduced by an additional 2% for the next 5 minutes. After effect. Increased appetite. Cold resistance and heat resistance were my two highest level skills at 44 and 42, respectively. The why was obvious. I had a device I could use safely for training, and I could even focus on other skills while practicing. Most often, I worked on my carving, since the increased difficulty of sweaty or cold hands seemed to help me improve my skill. Practicing cold resistance and heat resistance while working on something else meant they leveled slowly. However, it was nice to be able to focus on other things while still improving. They weren't the most powerful of skills, nor the most useful in my day-to-day life, but the ease of practice made them well leveled. And that practice was going to earn the sergeant a staggering 3 silvers. "Look at him. We need to pull him out. He's turning blue. He has ice growing on him," came Terid's shout. His concern would be a bit more believable if he hadn't bet on how long I could stay in the resistance training box. That no one seemed to care was less about how little they liked me, and said a lot more about how they disliked Terid. I knew he was going to be the target of the sergeant's ire since he was almost always on someone's bad side. Terid was underskilled for his position, never trained with the rest of the guards, often showed up to duty drunk, and was a colossal braggart. That the captain was his cousin likely had nothing to do with it, of course. "Shut your yap. He'll get out when I win and not a moment before," Sergeant Baker yelled, but I could hear the concern in his voice. To which I opened my eyes only long enough to wink at him and then return to my introspection. My wink didn't go unnoticed by the other men, and Terid suffered a few jokes at his expense while the sergeant had to shoot down demands that he pay for the next round at the Rusted Lance. I wasn't interested in showing off. It was a fun and novel experience, but my actions had multiple goals. Hiding my profession meant pretending to be younger, and a combination of either incompetent or stuck with a grumpy alchemy master. No matter that the men knew I wasn't what I had been pretending to be, they would carry that view of me around until something changed. That was my first goal. As soon as the guards tried to outlast me and failed utterly, they would stop seeing me as a young, failed alchemist. Instead, they would come to see me as a knowledgeable, skilled trainer. The guards, except for Terid, understood that the only reason the Baron had invested so much in them was that they would be the skilled core of his military force. If they fell, then conscripted peasants who showed promise would take their place. If they failed to live up to his investment, then he would stop investing in them and push them off to other duties. Those guards who were unable to improve found themselves in administrative positions within the guard. It meant safer work and consistent pay, but there were only so many positions available, and advancement slowed. Having access to a skilled trainer, openly and with the Baron paying for my effort, was a boon that few would pass over. War could be a battle of inches, and I was offering to give them each a great deal more than an extra inch. "Time!" shouted Private Balk. Balk had the metronome, skill useful for the company's march drummer. When the lever was pulled, the metal box flowered open, and I slowly stood, the thin ice cracking off my body as the air fogged around me. "Now who wants to try and beat 3 minutes?" I asked with a mocking look. For a second there was silence and sideways looks before Terrid stepped forward. "If you can do it, then I can. Who thinks I can't beat 3 minutes? I." "Sergeant," Terrid shouted as he unashamedly began to strip his padded armor. Terrid, I've got a silver saying you can't," Sergeant Baker said as I started to dry off. Luckily, in the bustle of the morning, I had remembered to bring a cloth to dry off with. I knew exactly how much moisture the device seemed to dump out of nowhere when in use. With cold resistance training, it was just water. When we switched to heat resistance, later on, I needed to remember to include water for cleaning. There was nothing like itchy, dried sweat to make the rest of the day hell. "Before we get to that, let me explain what you should be doing to get cold resistance," I began as I stood in front of the men nearly naked and resisting the urge to shiver. This had the men's attention. It was one thing to show off and compete, but another thing entirely to gain a new skill, especially if it would let them show off better. "There are many skills which could allow you to do what I just did, but the most important one is cold resistance," I began. "Cold resistance isn't fancy. It just does what it says. It makes it so you can resist the cold. Heat resistance is the same way. Simple, basic, and most of all, life-saving." While I was lecturing to the gathered men, I noticed Mason leaning in the corner and watching. What was interesting was that I knew he had been leaning there the entire time, but it wasn't until now that I consciously noticed him. I knew that this had to be something other than stealth or sneak. He dropped his skill, watched as I marked his position, and then nodded at me to acknowledge my notice. Then he seemed to fade away in importance. He was still right where he had been the entire time. Still, I had to focus on keeping him in mind, and it was playing havoc with my ability to talk to the men, so I let him drop from my awareness. Even then, I knew that my willingness to put aside his hiding was unnatural. The active effect of meditation screamed his skill's impact on me, but I ignored it once again. "Now, if you manage to gain cold resistance or heat resistance, I'll help you try for one of the other overlapping skills. Don't count on it, but the offer is there if you manage," I said, watching as the gathered men gritted their teeth or clenched their fists in eagerness. Then, with a tone of voice as if I was providing the secrets to the universe, I dropped the secret to most resistance skills. The key to gaining cold resistance is to ignore the cold. I couldn't help but smile at the look of confusion and annoyance. I did notice a couple of men had considering looks. Holding up a finger, I expanded on my explanation. "I know what you are thinking, but really, the secret is to ignore the cold. Don't try and resist it. Don't focus on how your body feels. Don't try and push the cold away or anything else. Just ignore it. Better focus on trying to do something in your mind while you resist. I would suggest math problems. Maybe try and figure out how many coins the rusted lance has gotten from you in the last season. Whatever it takes. The point is to pull your mind off your body and not focus on it." Most of the guard would pick up cold resistance. It wasn't particularly hard to do as long as you knew the trick. Without guidance, most would focus on trying to resist the cold, which was the opposite of what was needed. A rare few would manage something like Cloak of Warmth or Veil of Ice when trying for cold resistance or heat resistance, which then just made gaining the resistance that much more difficult. Both of the cloak resistances were passive weak and active strong. They were useful for emergency situations and complemented the resistance skills nicely. They were almost the direct opposite in nature, but having an active skill made it harder to gain a passive version of the skill. I'd only managed the active veil of ice, skill myself to match the passive heat resistance. Veil of Ice Tier 1, 11. Using the power of your mind, you can repel heat from yourself. Passive effect. The effects of heat on your body, reduced by 2%. The effects of heat on your mind, reduced by 3%. Active trigger effect. For the next 15 minutes, heat flows around your body, leaving you untouched. After effect. Your body becomes less resistant to the cold for 5 minutes. I knew which skill I wanted if I had to spend weeks hiking through the cold, and with these skills, the guards would be able to rush ahead of the conscripts and protect the army's approach. That would act as a force multiplier and might even allow the Baron to attack before the war season officially started. Heat resistance would be less useful, but I didn't know anything that could help with the mud of the wet season. I would have to search through my skill dictionary and see if I could find anything in the movement skills. While Terrid crawled into the cold box, the icy metal causing involuntary flinches to the jeers of the rest of the guards. I focused on the loudmouth doing all I could to trigger Teacher of Skills. While I didn't like him, letting him regain some of his lost wages from the sergeant would keep him from being a problem. It would also help spur more of the men on to try and beat him. That was my second goal. I wanted the guards focused on improving, and nothing helped more than a competition to spur someone on. Ignore the cold Terrid. Hey, tell me your family tree. Work upward on your father's side listing only men, then work up your mother's side listing only women. I called as I watched Terrid fruitlessly try and shift his cold flesh away from the metal. Sliding over to Sergeant Baker, I kept an eye on Terrid and the gathered men as they threw insults at his failing memory. This kind of taunting would generally be counterproductive to learning a new skill. In this case, it was actually useful. Lowering my voice, I leaned toward the sergeant. Today I plan to work with all the men here, but tomorrow I'll work with them one by one. Give me 2 hours per guard, and I'll work them through skills as they earn them. Feel free to let them use the cold box here, but I'll want you watching them while they use it. Too easy for one of them to get upset and break it or something. The sergeant nodded but didn't look away from the men as they cheered when Terrid's shivering body was ejected from the box from accidentally pressing one of the trigger plates. Be right back. I'm going to talk to Mason, I said as I stepped to the corner as Mason once again appeared. Chapter 17. We retreated into the fortress, and my curiosity was piqued that I lost track of Mason repeatedly. His skill was clearly a mental effect. My new training goal was to keep meditation active non-stop. Even with my skill focusing my mind, the Grandmaster continually drifted away from my perceptions. Without meditation, I would have no chance of keeping track of him. The Baron's seneschal, a fussy man with an obsession to detail that helped him in his position, cleared out an old storage area so that I had a workroom. The room was empty except for a work table and chairs, but the place was still haunted by dust and the faint smell of dried fish. Despite the insult implied by the smelly room, it was a useful addition that I failed to consider. I was used to working from my alchemy shop, which provided the privacy needed when discussing skills. I was surprised to see Snowy waiting in my office as I walked in. The moment of distraction caused Mason to completely slip from my mind. His sudden reappearance made me start in surprise when he stopped using his stealth skill. I wasn't the only one. Snowy was startled as well. Chuckling, Mason said, "You know, I used to find that funny when I was a kid." Then he dropped his smile. Ignoring Mason, I turned to Snowy. "Hey, Snowy, did you need something?" I said with a smile. If I had a choice between Snowy and Mason, I would help Snowy first. Mason's skill was getting on my nerves. His ability to work around my meditation, drifting out of my mind like a ghost, was frustrating. It was a reminder that even though I had more skills, I would never be as skilled as someone who focused on a single profession. Snowy smiled at my question while sitting in one of the chairs, then gestured to Mason. As I found a chair myself, I studied Mason as he coughed into his hand. So, Baron Verstrom requested that I provide specialized weapon training for Alexis, Mason said before he stopped talking and looked away from both of us. In the awkward silence, I raised an eyebrow at Snowy, who shook her head at me as we watched Mason. So I'm not changing our deal. I still want a protege. My throwing should be passed on. But I've got other skills, and the Baron hired me to teach Alexis, Mason said before flopping his thin body against the wall facing us. Snowy seemed to be willing to let me take the lead in the conversation, an oddity in my experience with nobles, which was the moment that I realized, viscerally, that I was now a noble, even if a low-ranking one. It was a bit surreal to realize that I likely had more practical knowledge about what that meant than Snowy did. I might be lower in station than her, but she had lived in what the kingdom would consider a land of barbarians. I would have to remind the Baron's seneschal to provide Snowy an etiquette teacher to go along with her training to be Baroness. I spent a moment noticing the weirdness of meditation in conversations. Two oddities drew my attention. The first was that my propensity to drift into introspection was growing worse. The extra time gained from my accelerated perception was taken up by thinking about anything and everything that my mind drifted into. This was something that I would need to rein in. The second was that I had no problem speaking or understanding speech while in my slowed world. It was odd that at first there was some distortion, but I quickly adjusted. Focusing my mind on the current conversation felt like wrenching a wild horse onto a new trail. I was worried that thinking too long about being able to listen and speak in my accelerated world would suddenly leave me struck deaf and mute. "Mason, what did you want to talk about?" I asked. My brisk manner seemed to annoy the old man, but I couldn't tell if it was my words or that I pointed out that he was avoiding something. "I need someone to help train Alexis. My skills make it unsafe to train her by myself," Mason said while he fiddled with the leather on his forearms. While Snowy and I shared a confused look, Mason drew metal support rods from the inside of his leather bracers. "Watch," Mason said before striking the wall with the metal rods. To our surprise, Mason's strike left a long line through the stone, the cut nearly a finger-width wide and 3 feet long. I've got multiple passive bonuses to cutting and sharpness. While the peasants might not know about overlapping skills, the military elites and nobles definitely do. I'm not a skilled trainer. I ain't got so many skills as you, but I can cut things. If I tried to train Alexis hands-on, a slip would cost her a limb if we were lucky, Mason said, as he gently tossed the dull metal rod to Snowy. While Snowy stared agog at the dull metal that the Grandmaster used to cleave through solid stone, I stared at the wall and tried to work through which skills he used. I could guess small blades. Maybe an evolved throwing skill helped, maybe not. Definitely something like cooking or campfire cooking. According to my father, almost all soldiers pick that one up. There had to be 100 other possibilities, though both combat-related and not. Butchering, skinning, even a modified backstab or sneak attack was possible. I knew many of the profession-related skills and their evolutions, but I was fuzzier on the combat-related skills. Nobles and merchants usually paid us to solve skill-related problems, or when they wanted to gain a skill from a profession without the related guild knowing they had them. If it came to combat, they usually just hired a mercenary or weapon master to help them there. "Well," Mason said with a grumpy look, "I'm willing, but that means you're going to have to train me as well." We can call that payment for my assistance. I also need to keep up with training the guards. Just because I'm helping you with Snowy's training doesn't mean the Baron will forgive me for not doing my job." Waving away that concern, Mason caught the rod that Snowy tossed back to him, the movement as casual as grabbing a fork from a table. "How are you going to pay me then?" Snowy asked, her smile making it clear she was joking. Scoffing at the comment, I said, "Pay you." "You should pay me. There is no way I'm going to make it through combat training with you without being injured." To my confusion, Snowy's face turned a deep red at my comment. "Well then, I'll be back to my rounds," Mason said. "Rounds?" I said, ignoring whatever was causing Snowy's embarrassment. Mason frowned at my question. "I don't like spying, but I'm the best for it now." "Someone told about Ya. Someone stole the scroll," he said while flicking his points off on his fingers. "Other stuff as well. Assassins instead of poison could be the next step." Mason moved toward the door but stopped suddenly. I stood to follow him, but his sudden stop brought me up short as well. I avoided running into him, but it was a close one. I wasn't eager to be alone with Snowy. Now that I wasn't stuck in my head thinking about my job, I was very aware that I shouldn't be alone with the future Baroness. Rumors about Snowy could be as harmful to her future as they could be to my own. Now that I was outed and working for the Baron publicly, I had to be a bit more circumspect about my actions. "Just to let you know, the Barons had to deal with a few guild representatives trying to run you out. The stuck-up pricks have complained, but that's about it. Most of them have been trying to push the Baron for stuff 'cause of you, instead of trying to get you thrown out. Nothing from the mages. Lucky for you, the Baron's mage don't give a shit about the guild," Mason said before slipping away. Standing in the doorway, I looked to Snowy. "The Baron's mage?" I asked, leaving the question open-ended. Snowy passed me into the hallway and spoke before walking away. "I've never met him, but I've heard he is mostly retired and is only interested in his research." Walking back to the mustering hall, I tried to work out if there were any other dangers I had to keep in mind. I wasn't worried about an attack from the Mage Guild. With the Baron publicly supporting me, their typical methods wouldn't work. Fireballs in the middle of the night were no longer a problem. It was one thing to attack a random skill trainer, another thing entirely to attack a Baron's official skill trainer. It would be open war if they attacked a noble, even a low-ranking noble. The nobles were very aware of their privileges. They would strike back against the Mage Guild for attacking a noble, even if they didn't care about me in the slightest. As long as they didn't find out about meditation, I should be relatively safe. Even that was based on my assumption over why the mages were so hell-bent against the skilled trainers. It could be something else entirely instead of the secret of magical mental skills. I didn't think so, but it was possible. I did make a mental note to avoid the Baron's mage all the same. Once I was back in the mustering hall, I approached Sergeant Baker and the 5 mostly naked, shivering men. I tapped the sergeant on the shoulder to get his attention. "Sergeant, I'd like to talk to the men individually to see what kind of training I can provide for them. I'm fine with the men using the resistance box as they need, but I'd like to do more for them if they will be seeing combat next season. Who would you like me to work with first?" I asked while trying to remain focused. The cheering and general feeling of enjoyment coming from the competing men kept trying to draw my attention away from the sergeant. It was challenging to spend subjective minutes staring at the sergeant as I waited for his response. Doubly so while exciting things happened behind him. This was the part that I disliked about learning a new skill or skill evolution. The little details and oddities of a skill which pop up. To be fair, it was also one of the things which fascinated me about skills as well. I would never have considered that Mason had so many passive bonuses to sharpness and cutting that even a blunt bit of metal could be lethal. Slapping one of the men who was dressing on the shoulder, the sergeant turned to me. "Why not start with our new recruit here, Private Baker?" Private Baker? Interesting. It looked like the captain wasn't the only one that was getting jobs for their family members. "All right, Baker, follow me," I said as I made an about-face toward my fishy office. Chapter 18. While Private Baker followed me to my office, I tried to get into my professional character. It would be a bit more difficult without the accoutrements. No mask, no suit, no accent, and without my overblown mannerisms. I would try for pure professionalism and quiet competence. It was the brief moment where my mind drifted between acting and stepping around my desk to sit that I nearly lost a hold of meditation. I could feel my emotions roil, and the wave of anxiety, fear, and annoyance try to drown me. The idea that someone had tortured and killed Carton in my home sickened me. Fear that I could be attacked at any time by mage assassins nearly choked me. My rational mind said I was safe working for the Baron, and my noble title agreed. Still, I couldn't reject the sudden panic that an assassin would jump out at me from around a corner. Even the annoyance, relatively minor in comparison, of having my life upended became an emotional tidal wave. I could feel my fears drawing back in the tide and preparing to rise up and crush me. Strangely, it was the trigger of that fear that helped me recover my grip on meditation. The fright which helped me harness the skill while fighting goblins worked just as well when trying to master my own mind. I stumbled slightly as I stepped around my desk and planted myself in the chair. Hiding my shaking hands under the table, I leaned forward and worked to maintain eye contact with Private Baker. In my accelerated state, my fumbled movements were unnoticeable. That or the private politically chose to ignore my stumble. Now that I was looking for it, the resemblance to the sergeant was obvious. The same narrow face and eyes, but unlike the sergeant, his younger family member was clean-shaven. The private was able to maintain eye contact, but his shifting feet said he was uncomfortable with the situation. Closed door, stinky room, or meeting with a skilled trainer. I would like to pretend it was the room, but I doubted it. "I want to clear up any misunderstandings about my profession and what it is that I do," I said while bringing my hands onto the table and folding them together. Happily, the momentary bout of emotion was gone, and my shaking hands were steady. Hopefully, further emotional outbursts could be left until I was alone. I knew that my use of meditation would come with a cost. I even knew that I was being unreasonable using it as a crutch to control my reactions over the last few days. I just didn't care. "I'm sure you have heard rumors about what skilled trainers do and how we do it. Let me assure you that most of these rumors are false. We do not use sacrifices to gain skills, and we do not have a way to steal skills. There are many other rumors, I'm sure you have heard them all," I said while nodding sagely as if I had heard this all before. I even managed an eye roll to convey my disbelief. I was happy to see the private smiled along with my words. My blasé attitude to these rumors seemed to be calming Baker's concerns. Unfortunately, I was going to have to pull his emotions in a different direction to keep him off balance. "That being said, I will need full access to your skill list," I said, then remained focused on Baker, eye contact almost painfully earnest. Baker at first nodded along with me, then froze, his face turning white with horror at the idea. I could understand his fear. No one understood the mechanism that allowed parents to see their children's skill list, nor why it faded with time. But everyone knew not to share their skill list. Giving someone access to your complete skill list meant that they could do with it as they wanted. They would have a magical link to your name. They could spend any of the rare and precious free skill points that someone might have earned. They would know as you gained skills or improved at the ones you had. Once given, permission could never be revoked. It was so taboo that parents trained their children to avoid even bring up their entire skill list for themselves. It wasn't possible to accidentally share a skills description, and it felt entirely different than sharing the full skill list, but it didn't matter. Rumors and myths still abounded of magic that could allow control of someone's skills. These rumors were even encouraged by the mages. I understand your feelings on this. I do. But in order to do my job, I need full access to your skill list. I will swear that I will not do anything with it except assist you, I said, trying to maintain my calm voice while the young man became more agitated. IUH, Baker said while slowly rising from his chair. The conflict was apparent in the young man's face. He was somewhere between 15 and 17, too young to have gained his mastery, too old to keep looking for a master to apprentice under. The sudden new position in the guard was obviously given to him to learn skills and likely a direction in life. The sergeant had directed him to follow my instructions. In contrast, his family had probably drilled proper skill list habits into his head. The conflict was palpable. In a more confident man, I might worry about being assaulted. The desk was between us for a reason. I will, of course, provide a magical contract that will specify exactly the terms of what I can and cannot do with your skill list. This is how I normally handle the issue. You may still be uncomfortable with this, and I understand. Even my younger noble customers have had issues with it at times, I said. It was challenging to try and nod wisely, but I was making an effort. My manners were as if to say I could understand Baker's upset, but that it was clearly handled through the contract. Which it was, though I doubted Private Baker would know that. The Baron would also dislike the added costs, not that I cared. My writ made it clear he could request my services, but that didn't change the cost of my services. They did not come cheap. There was a reason beyond scandal and fear that generally only the nobles and high-end merchants hired a skilled trainer's services. Once my collection of magical contracts was used up, I could imagine the Mages Guild would charge more. I would have to find some third party willing to purchase them, and that would add to the price. At this, the boy really slumped into his seat. Even if you decide not to take advantage of my training, I can still provide assistance like the resistance training box and skill advice, I said, trying to subtly emphasize the advantage I was offering. Do you have any questions for me? I asked while tilting my head ever so slightly. I wanted to seem professional, in control, and approachable. I wasn't sure how well I did, but I was acting as hard as I ever had. Even if I was annoyed with my disrupted life, I was excited to have a chance of plying my trade openly. At my count, I would have 30-some men to train, each worth a sack of the Baron's coins. That was nearly 2 years' worth of training I could accomplish in a few short months. That would be profitable for both my skills and my finances. Baker stumbled, his teeth chewing on his lips as he tried to decide how, or even if he should ask his questions. I just remained placidly calm and smiling, maybe leaning forward slightly to indicate interest. Acting has increased to 21. I let the skill increase roll through my mind and passed, ignored while I focused on the young man before me. Private Baker suddenly leaned on the desk as he gripped it tightly, desperation breaking through his fear. I've tried everything. I can't bake. I can't cook. I'm terrible with the guests. The animals don't like me and I don't like them. None of the crafters will take me. My uncle says that as long as I follow orders I can be a guard, but what do I do when we go to fight? I've only got the one skill and it's not going to help me in war, Baker said in a rush, his voice dropping into a hush at the end. I smiled at the boy. As patronizing as it was, he was clearly a boy to my eyes no matter how close we were in age. The trajectory of my life was set nearly at birth, and I grasped it with both hands. More than once, while growing up, I had to be forced into relaxing instead of study and practice. Baker had likely never had such self-motivation and probably even less guidance. Ignoring his outburst, I asked, "What skill do you have?" Collapsing Chapter 1. Without warning, but with a well-practiced flick of the wrist, I sliced through the top layer of exposed skin of the man strapped to the table. Squealing in pain, he rocked back and forth as he tried to rip the padded leather cuffs from the table. It wouldn't happen, of course. The inside of the straps were reinforced with steel cord. I had made the mistake of using leather and fur lining with my first pair. That mistake had left me running from a merchant guard to keep from being beaten to death. I had prepared better since then. The leather was reinforced, but the inside was still lined with rabbit fur to protect the arms. At the shoulder, I had added a long strap that crossed from one side of the table to the other. It wouldn't do for the young man to rip the muscles in his shoulder in his struggles either. The strap crossing his chest was stretching slightly with each heave of his breath, and I made a mental note to inspect my equipment when I was done with my client to ensure that it was in prime condition. Checking that the layer of skin I had removed was only gently weeping blood, I rubbed purified salt along the open wound to his gagged screams. I was still annoyed about his lack of pain tolerance. The young man had bragged multiple times about his pain tolerance level, but according to his status, it was still only at 3 points. He had plenty of room for improvement. Using the deep and scratchy voice I had long perfected, I rasped through the slit in my mask. "Focus on the pain, work through the pain. You must overcome it," I said, using the same cadence and volume as I had for hours. I had found that repeating my words could be almost soothing for some clients. For others, it acted as a prod that drove them forward. For this young man, Robert Taldenson, son of the town's wealthiest merchant, it seemed to be meditative. That was a problem. While I slowly shuffled over to the potion rack, my movements intentionally appearing aged and pain-filled, I considered what it would take to finally finish this commission. With a healing potion in my hands, I returned to the strapped-down teenager who was breathing deeply in and out. His eyes had gone glassy and far-seeing, a bad sign. The boy had done this each time. He had moved beyond the pain. He wasn't letting pain tolerance help him struggle past the pain. He was using focused thought instead. Twitching again with the pain of regrowing skin, the teenager's vision refocused on the ugly mask that covered my face. His eyes tried to drill through the blackened glass and into mine beneath. I had long gotten used to the glares of my clients, the death threats, and the gnashing of teeth through gags. Yet it never stopped being a worry. Which one of my clients would be unable to deal with the humiliation and pain I brought them? Yes, they signed up for it, or like in the case of this young man, their parents did, but since when did reasonability matter? Which would refuse to accept that I had full access to their status even if my reputation for never abusing that privilege was unmatched. Shaking away my straying thoughts, I turned my mind back to the boy. I had to focus on my trainer, skill to fully utilize it to its maximum. It was a poor teacher who ignored a student. Pulling a long, thin needle from my rack of torture devices, I held it up in front of the young man's eyes. "You seem to be trying to ignore the pain by retreating into your mind. I admire your skill at avoiding pain, but that is not why we are here. You are to learn the full depths of pain and work through it. You must not block out the world around you," I said in my odd, rasping voice and measured accent. The words just slightly off from how a native Valdirian would speak. Tapping the needle on the boy's nose as his eyes crossed to keep the point in focus, I continued. "No, you are to be staying here in this world, not to be thinking of the world in your head. The pain must be conquered, not ignored. I said before I pulled on the lever, which rotated the table into an upright position. Now I will be driving this needle into your body. I will be doing so at an irregular rate. You will be not ignoring, or I will be using acid. Yes, good, I said, hamming up the accent a bit more at the end to really drive it home in the young man's mind. Stepping behind his body, I applied the heatstone to the tip of the needle, then selected a spot through the mesh of steel and padding of the table. It cost me an inordinate amount to create a metal-meshed padded table able to hold a strong person comfortably while giving me access to their back. Being able to focus on my clients where they could not see me, and from an unexpected direction, was worth its weight in gold. Darting forward, I drove the very tip of the red-hot needle into the flesh above the young man's buttocks to the sounds of gasped screams. Even in the most athletic of men, this region usually had a small collection of fat, which was perfect to lance and burn. Anatomy has advanced to 37. Backstab has advanced to 33. I tried to avoid smiling at my skill increases. The boy wouldn't see it given my location behind him and my costume and mask, but one thing you learn in this business was that anyone could have an odd skill and not to take things for granted. I was hoping that focusing on maintaining my calm even while getting a skill up would give me a point in acting, but I had no such luck. One of the benefits of the job was being able to work on many unique skills that others may not be able to practice. Backstab was an ordinary enough skill for a back alley cutpurse with a taste for murder. It was almost unheard of for someone with a legal profession. By the third needle jab, I was happy to see in his status that young Taldenson's pain tolerance was rising. It was at 5 and climbing, but my joy was short-lived when I noticed his resource was growing as well. The boy had been coddled by his father and spent too many afternoons at alehouses. He had picked up brawling and fisticuffs from his penchant for drinking and fighting. They were useful enough skills, but it was this behavior that allowed him to pick up Berserker's rage. Berserker's rage, at the first tier, would blacklist him from any higher military post. If the kingdom went to war, his father would be unable to purchase an officer posting for him. The senior Taldenson did not believe in leaving things to chance. That was why his fortune in shipping continued to grow. It was also why his son was strapped to my table. When his rage resource filled, he began to rage. His muscles swelled from the active effect. As he began to grow, I triggered the unique device I ordered for this commission. Without warning, a magical discharge of electricity crackled through the table and briefly jolted the young man into unconsciousness. Dripping the health potion into the long, thin tubes of the needles and into my unconscious captive's body returned him to the world of the living. Not even bothering to hold in my smile this time, I watched as the rage resource drained quickly as he struggled through the groggy fog. That was the problem with the Berserker's rage skill. The user became fixated on their target and cut a swath through everything to maim and kill their opponent. They only come out of the rage when their target was dead, or the user lost consciousness. Usually killing their target was the only thing that stopped the rampage. The exception, though, was right in the description of the active effect. Berserker's Rage, Tier 1, 15. Anger can be a source of power. Common in the lands of the far north, Berserker's Rage converts health loss and negative emotions into rage. When the rage becomes overwhelming, the Berserker will fixate on the target of their anger, doing anything to kill their foe. Passive effect unlocks the rage resource. Percent emotional stability, automatically triggered when rage resource is full. Active trigger effect. Automatically cleared when target is dead. Automatically cleared when user is in an altered mental state. synergistic with effects of intoxication, plus 25% strength, plus 80% mental resilience, plus 80% resistance to stun, plus 10% resistance to blood loss, plus 10% resistance to broken bones, minus 35% intelligence, after effect. Mild pain and disorientation for at least 2x duration of active trigger effect. Percent strength, percent mental resilience. Minus 20% resistance to stun, which just went to show you that even when a skill had lots of positives, the negatives could outweigh them. This wasn't the first Berserker's Rage user I had trained, but this was the first time I was teaching someone without the second tier or an evolution of the skill. The real money for this job came not from training the boy to increase the level of Berserker's Rage. It was in helping him convert it into its second tier, where he would have control over it. To do that, the boy had to be awake and aware and increasing his rage. His low pain tolerance had been a surprise and a complication. The young man had lied to both his father and me when the contract was signed. His father would be forced to pay a bonus due to the extra efforts and resources spent. Still, forcing the boy to raise his pain tolerance would pay dividends for him in the future. I was surprised the boy had such a low pain tolerance, given that he had unlocked some of the hidden blood loss and broken bone features of the Berserker's Rage skill. Those only came from using the skill when bleeding and suffering a broken bone. He hadn't unlocked the enhanced stamina bonus. The fact he had never been accused of murder explained the lack, though. He would get angry at some bar, go into a rage, and then he would be knocked unconscious, probably by the guards that his father had trooping after the spoiled boy. With the second tier of the skill, he would be able to resist the automatic triggering effect. But that meant filling the rage meter repeatedly and then resisting the skill's effect. His low pain tolerance had been a surprising difficulty since his focused thought had kept him from gaining rage. It took almost 4 hours more than originally scheduled for the job. Eventually, though, young Robert's skill was raised into the second tier. Berserker's Rage Tier 2, 15. Anger can be a source of power. Common in the lands of the far north, Berserker's Rage converts health loss and negative emotions into rage. Focus and control are the hallmark of the northern warriors. Through practice and discipline, the rage can be channeled and focused into an even greater effect. Passive effect. Unlocks the rage resource. Can be triggered when rage resource is full. Active trigger effect. Automatically cleared when target is dead. Automatically cleared when user is in an altered mental state. Synergistic with effects of intoxication. Plus 35% strength. Plus 80% mental resilience. Plus 80% resistance to stun. Plus 10% resistance to blood loss. Plus 10% resistance to broken bones. Percent intelligence. After effect. Mild pain and disorientation for at least the duration of the active trigger effect. Minus 5% strength. Percent mental resilience. Percent resistance to stun. The improvements to the effect were minor overall. Still, it was so prized because of the ability to control the active trigger effect instead of being at its mercy. The third tier of the skill was even better, but the merchant hadn't paid for that training. I hoped for some kind of rare evolution of the skill instead of it merely raising in a tier, but it had been a slim hope I would gain that bonus pay. Congratulations are to be awarded to you, boy. You finally gained the tier of the second. Finally, our hard day